Zint, what's going on, dude? Welcome back. Yeah, we're doing a special edition today. We're going in on this little guy right here. So looking forward to playing with this thing, although a blade with 1.5 inch of cutting edge is going to be fun. So I'm setting myself up for a struggle, man. How you been? How you doing? 1977, alive and kicking. What's going on, man? Welcome. I mean, it seems like it's doing knife things. Yeah, well, I mean, the fun part about this is if you didn't see the oh, big storm. If you didn't see the video of building this kit, that's part of the fun of this thing is it is a kit. God, the humidity in this house has gotten the better of my paper to cut up. It is so bad. It is so bad. But I did carry this. It did see some use, so we are going to strop this while we wait for more people to show up and get this show on the road officially, just to give it a fair shake. Now, I will say, thank God for small favors. I've got my air conditioning fixed. Right now, though, we are bringing the temperature down very slowly so we don't burn out another part and then have to wait another 3 or 4 weeks to get the AC fixed. I can't tell. We called the home warranty people that we set it up with and started asking questions. Blade Walker, what's going on? But we started asking questions, and suddenly the guy had the part like overnight. So I don't know if it's something the guy did, like our technician did, or if it's just that the American Home Warranty guys just wouldn't send the part or forgot to send the part. I don't know. I'm just happy it's fixed. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm not mad at the dude. We just got AC. We got our AC back, man. I'm doing good. You know, I'm doing good till I find out how things went yesterday at work, because that was not a good day. I got out of there alive, but God, that day sucked. But we got the Jin Chubby right here. It's just this thing got carried and saw at least some heavy cuts, so I'm gonna strop this before we start. Why this knife? So these guys sent me this knife for review. They sent me this knife. They sent me this Captain knife kit right here, and so I've been carrying this one to see how it does, and it did pretty good. But yeah, so I told them I would do Cardboard Slayer with this. That's part of what I give them whenever they send me something to check out. Now a bigger knife would be great, but today this is what I'm doing for them, because you know that's what I do when they send me stuff, is I do Cardboard Slayer with it. Now they sent me another just a guest. What's up? What's up? Welcome. But they are sending me the Vaquero kit too, which that's got an interesting laminated Damascus on it, and white bone handles. It comes with a lanyard bead. It does not, however, come with a pocket clip, so it is in this weird, disgusting limbo that's scary, because it's neither tip up nor tip down. I'm frightened and don't know what to do. Nah, it's a lot nicer than a gas station knife, man. It's just small. Weldon Carey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I saw where you were getting Jin knives in. You got this one and the G10 version, didn't you? Because yeah, they're sending me the Vaquero, and they sent me, of course, one of the new Captain knife kits with the clear acrylic scales on it. So I am very happy to see those come in. Star, what's up? Yeah, this is the Jin Chubby kit knife. They sent me this for review, so I promised them I'd do Cardboard Slayer with it to see how it held up. Just like I did with the Captain knife kit they sent me, and just like I'll do with the Vaquero. But we're stropping it right now because it saw at least a few heavy cuts, so we're going to see how it does. Yeah, like, I dig the Captain America vibe on this one, but not everyone does. So, like, everybody that did a review on this said the same thing. Make some more different scales on them. Give us some more offerings, black, something. And, you know, it was a... that brain fart. They came out with black of a few colors, but one of them's the clear acrylic or the acrylic blue that I wanted. So, yeah. Are you asking me, Sent, or are you asking Weldon Carry? Yeah, because like when I saw the Vaquero, I was like, this is the right direction for these guys. Like, these are lighthearted, they're fun, you know, they're fun to put together. But more stuff like the Vaquero coming from them would be very, very good. All right, we're gonna start cutting in like 1 minute here. I've got some cardstock. I've got some paper. Let's see where the edge is sitting. My EDC set. Basically, the only thing I EDC is my phone, my keys. I EDC this guy, my wallet, and the knife changes every week. So, you know, that's all that changes is the knife. And the knife does change every week. Okay, so you guys see we got a nice Smelly Knuckle Adventures. What's going on? That is a very good, that's a very, very good name. I like that. But y'all can see this thing is nice and sharp starting into it. So we'll see how long it holds on to the edge. That is just a good, like, just every so often someone with a really, so we haven't picked the next week's knife out, but I did the videos. Like, I carried this one alongside the O-Knife Sentry L1, and they both did pretty good. Like, this is a good, small, quiet carry. It's not good for, like, heavy tasks. It's going to be fun trying to control the cut with a blade this short. So we'll see how that does in a minute here. I got to set up a new box for shredded cardboard. I am getting the giveaway prizes out soon. Oh, dude, 243. That is nice. That is nice. Yeah, this came out of the box sharp. It didn't quite come out of the box as sharp as the Captain did for me, but more than sharp enough. But I did feed it a couple of nasty pieces of cardboard and a lot of cutting plastic off of pallets. So Ominous Octopus, also a good channel name. We're getting some good ones in here today. But damn, Zent's just mad. Zent's just mad at this thing. Like, while I was asleep, I must have called him and said bad things about his mom. He's just mad at this thing. I'm just going to have this giant stack of empty Frito-Lay boxes full of shredded cardboard to throw in the baler at work. I keep forgetting to bring them in and throw them in the baler. And I need to get some of these out of the house. Oh, Big Megs, what's up? Welcome, welcome. So we're going to give this thing as much cardboard as we can until the edge wears out and needs to be sharpened. That's what we're taking a look at. I've already carried it for review and everything else. And this is D2, so I'm expecting at least 4 hours out of it. And we're fixing to start right now. Zent is so angry. Zent is so angry. Sergio, what's going on, man? I don't make my own scales. I've done it a couple of times, but it's been so long that I'm not as confident as I was when I did that. But at some point I need to start again because I got a couple things I want to try out. One of which is thermochromic resin, which changes color with temperature. So like the scales will be like, say, purple when you put them in your pocket and you pull them out and they're like bright blue or green or something like that. Yeah, the next live would be something random. Like I said, this is just, they sent me this to check out. And Luke, what's going on? Welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Knives, I guess, is the channel name. But they sent me this for review, so I promised them I'd do Cardboard Slayer with it. Oh, God. This box is not liking being cut right now. And yeah, the struggle here is going to be keeping the cut under control. Oh no, it's okay. Since been here for a few live streams now. Publix Bakery, you've sinned one too many times. You're going down. But no, I have not worked at a dairy farm before. What precipitates the question? Tim, School of Fish. So we're doing Cardboard Slayer with the Jin Chubby, man. How have you been doing, Tim? Now, if y'all don't know, whenever I first started doing long form content on this channel, Tim School of Fish is one of the guys that I kind of fell in with and just consumed a ton of his videos and talked about our video making process a lot. The AC is back up and running. It just started running probably about 3-4 hours ago, something like that. So we're still cooling the house down. But it's like 81 degrees in here. What is happening here? What is up with this cardboard? We got 44-pound ECT, but that should still be fine. Yeah, I'm doing good. So one interesting thing that's happened is I put in for a transfer at work to a new location. The promotion I was looking for, it ain't gonna happen. I've made my peace with it. So I'm gonna go work another store, learn a new manager, learn a new way of doing things, all that stuff. And go to a lower, like the store I'm at is like the most challenging store in the district. Like you're talking about going in on extreme difficulty. So I also need a bit of a breather, a little bit easier of an environment. Full fire, what's going on? What's going on? The other store is close to the same distance, but yeah, this is a D2. Now, so far, the cutting profile on this cardboard, everything I've cut so far has been tricky. Yeah, the grind on this just might not be happy with life, which is weird. It's a flat grind into a small flat. So half the fun might be figuring out how to actually make this thing cut cleanly. Yeah, what the hell? Having not worked at a dairy farm, no, but you are super into that. So we're going to call this at 505. Okay, so it's weird. It doesn't like this downward push cut that much, but a drag cut, it's fine. That is weird. All right, Tim, I appreciate you dropping by, man. Enjoy. We're going to have fun figuring this thing out. Yeah, that is weird. I'm wondering why this thing only likes the downward drag. Gabriel, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Oh, dang. So, what, is that like a school-related thing? Zent, why would I be angry, Zent? I'm not the one that hates the knife. But, I'm a monkey. What's up? Welcome. It's difficult to make the cuts, but we're looking at edge retention right now and figuring out how this thing works. Like, it is the weirdest thing. Like, there is nothing saying this shouldn't be a very slicey knife, but it is just not having it. It might be the micro bevel on it, but I kind of doubt it, because this is still some reasonably thin blade stock. What's going on? I'm a monkey. Not too much, just enjoying having air conditioning back after a couple days shy of a month. Like, tomorrow would have made an official month. And thank God, we caught a break for like about 2 weeks out of this last month. It's just been overcast as shit and raining. So we were able to get the house down to a nice brisk 77 briefly. But the highest we hit was 81. Or no, 88, sorry. 88 degrees in the house. Oh, God. This is so damn weird. You know what? This is the Jin Knives Chubbee, or Chubbee, which they sent me to check it out. And we're doing cardboard slayer on it, and I expected it just to be hard to control back and forth because of the length of the blade. These were not challenges I expected. I mean, we don't really get winter anymore. But, well, I mean, no, I'm supposed to do this with this because they sent this to me to check out, and we're doing part of the thing that I promised I'd do for them when they sent it to me. What the hell? Brother, I am not doing that can you say shit. All right? You want to do that? Bye. Oh no, like I said, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna figure out how to make this thing happy. Like, we got a challenge now. Like I said, I started swinging the band hammer on the last stream, man. Don't push your luck. $9K8. We should be going to at least 9 p.m., maybe longer, depending on whether or not I still feel okay after that many hours. All right, I'm a monkey. See you later, man. You know, doing D's nuts over chat on a live stream doesn't have the same impact. I mean, you made an attempt. You did make an attempt. Thank you for the sub. Have a good one, man. God, this is so weird. If we can't figure out how to make this work smoothly, we are going to change the angle on this and see if that might take care of it. I'm tempted to. Like, I mean, everybody here looking at this thing knows this is not cut out for Cardboard Slayer already. Like, we're pushing this thing way past what it was designed to do. Knives are life. We got the Jin Chubby knife kit, the one that they sent me to check out. I tell them that I'm going to do Cardboard Slayer with whatever they send me. So we are doing Cardboard Slayer with it. Now, that being said, this thing has been incredibly difficult. Like doing my normal push cut, it ain't been having it. Like you can see here, not having it. If I drag downwards though, like this, it's been getting it. So, well, thank you, Artur. The beads, one of those is polyester resin, and one of those is Alumalite, I want to say. I don't know. I made those blanks probably about 12, 13 years ago, if not longer. And y'all, the AC has been running for a few hours now. And the thing is, we got to run it. Like, we had to set the thermostat at 80. All right, let it run it down to 80 and then let it sit for an hour. And then bump it down to 75. When I started this, it was still at 81 degrees in the house. So it feels tons better than it did, but it's still warm in here. Like, I'm going to be probably taking yet another shower when I go upstairs. I don't have enough room on this blade to really control pushing forward and then pulling back. Like, there is like 1.5 inches at most of space on that to work with. Ace on Knives, what's going on, man? How you been? I was telling these guys, after a day shy of a month, we finally got our AC back. So we're slowly cooling the house back down now, and it is still quite toasty in here. Well, Zend, as much as you hate this knife, what we are doing right now is way, way past anything it was designed to do. However, I think we are going to break out the precision adjust and go ahead and change this angle and see if that doesn't fix what we're dealing with here. I mean, again, this is not designed for this. The handle's all right. The handle's okay. So this stuff healed up fine. There's nothing but callus here from this getting chewed up every time we do this by the gap between the liners. So it didn't really hurt, just the skin peeled off. Like the skin got worn off by friction at work, so it's back to normal. All right, let's get the old healing box out here. We're gonna go ahead and put a new edge on it here. Yeah, that was half the fun of this, is just doing this with this particular knife. However, we're going to find out how to make it happy. I'm going to dip into my emotional support water while it's still cold. I think we're going to go for somewhere between 15 and 17 degrees. We'll start there. Let's get the trusty old dry erase marker out. I wish I could like turn this into a montage in real life and just get it over with. BEDC. Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you popping in, dude. Yeah, we're just Brian, I don't know if you have talked to the guys. Yeah, you did, because you did. Yeah, we're doing the Chubbee kit right now. I was gonna say, oh, Brian, they're sending me the Vaquero to check out. I don't know if they're sending it to you too, but I am looking forward to getting the Vaquero put together. That's what I was gonna say. So yeah, I didn't want to do this already, but we got to reprofile this edge. All right, Welding Carry, I appreciate you being here, though. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to turn this into a karambit there, buddy. I don't think there is. Okay, so... yeah, hopefully get the rest of our misfits in here. At some point soon. Okay, I like that bevel enough. Yeah, if you guys are lurking and just watching, pop in and say, hey, we're mostly harmless. To quote the late, great Douglas Adams. Yeah, the Vaquero hasn't gotten here yet for me. I think they probably got it, they probably got it sent out yesterday, or this morning, so I should see it in about 2 days here. I've still got to put the G10 Chubbee kit together, and I've got to put the Captain knife kit together with the clear acrylic scales on it, so I can show them all off. So, yeah, they sent me the Captain, but with the blue acrylics on it. Looking forward to that. Oh yeah, Luke, you mentioned that, and then I totally missed it. So yeah, the only neck knives I have are the CRKT Minimalists, and I don't wear neck knives because under my shirt it would drive me insane. Just my name tag bumping my chest while I'm at work drives me up the fucking wall. I cannot stand it. Now, if I was going to do some dumb stuff outside, I would probably wear one, but my environment's 100% raw dog city boy. Yeah, the out-of-box sharpness has been pretty good. This one wasn't as sharp as the Captain was when I cracked it open, or it wasn't as sharp as this Captain here was when I did this one. It was adequate, but not the best. And for some reason, it does not like cutting cardboard cleanly, and I think that might be just the micro bevel on this thing, and there's not enough room between the edge and the top of the blade to, KO, welcome, and see ya. But the micro bevel and the lack of room for a longer flat grind. So we're making the bevel a bit larger and reprofiling it. And seeing if we can make this thing cut easily so that we can get a good idea how long this will last. I know we've already kind of contaminated the results having to reprofile it already. But I want to get a good 4 or 5 hours out of this. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird shape. And I mean, this thing's not designed for this. It is not designed for blasting apart a crap load of cardboard or anything like that. It's designed to be a tape popper and a novelty, you know, a toy with an edge. You know, if you need a small, quiet carry to take care of, you know, boxes or zip ties or something, and zip ties, it should handle, but the tip might be a little bit too blunt for heavy, like for getting into zip ties the way they're normally zipped. I don't know. Yeah, it's just basically a toy with an edge for adults. That's all. I will say though, I'm happy here the D2 is pulling a nice burr like right away. That is good. The last couple of knives we tried to sharpen with this thing, just the burr would not show up until I was like the second or third stone in, and I removed so much unnecessary amounts of material. Yeah, I'm hoping they do. I'm hoping they do more stuff like the Vaquero. Like, I'm hoping to see more stuff like the Vaquero out of them so that, you know, it becomes a little bit more serious of a knife company. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I tried to, like, I thought I had my Wi-Fi on. I should have. And, Punisher, welcome, dude. Welcome. What's up? Got the Chubbee kit. The edge out of the box wasn't well suited to slaying cardboard. So, we're reprofiling it, seeing if that doesn't help. But yeah, no. So they got a lot of good things going on with the Captain right now, especially with the new scales. And I'm hoping to see more stuff like the Captain and the Vaquero come out, which I expect. Like, everything about the Chubbee is good for what it is. Oh God, that burr is so nice. Jesus. After the last couple of knives, that burr is so nice to see. It wasn't the internet. I got a phone call, so I turned it on airplane mode and accidentally turned off the Wi-Fi. So, yeah. That's okay. You only missed a little bit of rambling and nothing else because I realized what I did the second it happened. Yeah, when I emailed him about the Vaquero, I said, like, I hope to see more kits like that alongside the lighthearted kits that they've been doing. So, I expect to see more stuff like that. You know, the only bummer with the Vaquero is no pocket clip. That's going to make it a bit of a challenge for me to carry and review, but I'm going to figure that out. Lou, what's up? How you doing, man? I said, I've got an idea of something that I really, really want to design. Like, I really, really want to design, but I don't have the right connections. I can't do what I want to do as far as getting a CAD put together for it or anything. So, you know, that kind of just leaves the idea trapped in my head. But that's okay. Maybe one day, if I keep doing this, I'll make the right connections with the right people and someone will help me get all that on paper. Oh yeah, the Vaquero. That's one of the first things I'm planning on testing with it when I get it put together. Like I don't see a flipper tab or a thumb stud on it, so it's gonna have to be a reverse flick. It's on bearings, so there's no reason it shouldn't be reverse flickable. Like there's nothing saying that it shouldn't be reverse flickable. Like if I can't reverse flick it, I'm gonna be mad. Oh, dude, yeah, you had talked about the truck getting shipped out. That is great. I got air conditioning again. Finally. Like it's been running for a few hours. He brought the temperature down to 81 in the house. Which I am very relieved about that because yesterday when I was sitting in the parking lot at work, killing my brake, the thermometer on the car said 100 degrees. 100. We're going to be dealing with swamp ass for the rest of tonight, maybe into tomorrow morning. So what we got to do is bump the thermostat down 5 degrees. When it reaches that temperature, let it sit for an hour, and then bump it down another 5 degrees. So right now the thermostat's at 80. And sometime in the next 3 or 4 hours here, I'll get to set it down to 75 and let it run. And it's like the condenser or something like that could burn out if we just let it run all the way down to 62 without a chance to rest. So we got to be careful with that because if that condenser goes down, that's another month or so with no air conditioning. So right now the temperature in the war room is just barely low enough that I can raw dog it. And I mean just barely low enough. Yeah, no, we keep ours at 68. That's about as low as we can keep it reliably. And, you know, with the way Georgia summers run, when it hits like 105, something like that, like we can, even that, keeping the thermostat at 68 might keep the house at 72. Which 72 was very uncomfortable until the AC went out. Like we hit 88 degrees inside the house week and a half ago, something like that. And you know, before the AC went out, we found 72 degrees to be too uncomfortable in the house. What am I doing, Lou? I'm reprofiling this with a new edge to see if that doesn't fix the difficulties of cutting boxes with it, because it just did not like eating cardboard. Hey, at some point, when the D20 of Destiny picks it out, we are running the Tenacious on here. I'm actually looking forward to that one because that should be a good session. That should be a really good session. That's why. You know, I wonder what would happen if I broke out the grinder and put that 17,000 grit belt or whatever it is on here and polish it with that before we strop. I wonder if that'll make a difference with the edge. Chef Rocky, what's up, man? Welcome back. It's been a couple of streams. Or at least it feels like it has. I could be wrong. So we're tackling the Jin Chubby knife kit, and out of the box on the factory edge, it didn't like processing cardboard. So here we are, reprofiling it on the live stream. And you know what? I think I'm gonna try it. Now that we've got the edge established, let's try polishing it on the grinder. Let's see if that has any noticeable effect. All right. Chef Rocky, 1 month member, first channel member. Hell yeah. Love to you too, man. Happy to see you here. Happy to see you, man. All right, let's get this thing stropped and let's get back to work. I don't go back to work till Saturday, but I got to go in at 3 a.m. That is 3 a.m. in freedom time. That's not metric time. I'm not sure I made a correct statement calling going to work freedom time with like 1/8 of a second of thought. Yeah, and I mean, the thing is like the way my manager schedules me, like in the same week, a lot of weeks, I will open twice and then close 3 times in the same week, you know? So I can't tell you how perpetually exhausted I've been. And with my transfer to a new store, that should stop. Every other employee, every other team lead from every other store I've talked to does not have their scheduling done like that at all. So the compound I'm using, I got diamond paste off of Temu that I have on these strops. Dude, I'm laying this really damn flat on the strop. Come on, KO. Welcome back. But you damn well know I know how to strop at this point. Come on, dude. You come into my house? You come into my house and insult my intelligence? That's fair, but you come into my house and insult my stropping? Yeah, I mean, like at our place, the corporate mandate is your turnaround can be no shorter than 10 hours. But that 10-hour turnaround is still painful, especially if you opened one day, closed the next, and come back to open again or do a mid. you know, all in a row, like it messes you up so damn bad. Now quick, we got to get the feed in here before evasive floppy disk shows up. All right, Lou, enjoy packing. Also, Chef Rocky, would you like to pick the first figure for the night? You got your choice between the ninja, the robot, the alien, scuba guy, mummy, knight, Grim Reaper, or Frankenstein. All right, last drop. We can finally get back to cutting again at 5:45. Stupid. You mean scuba guy? Hey man, it counts. I've only got one alt, and that's the one that I use for moderation on here, and that's where like most of my content that I watch is. But yeah, I'm also subscribed to myself too. All right, Chef Rocky gets the first pick as a channel or first channel member. Camera Inc., what's going on, dude? Welcome. And now that we've lowered the property value, what the hell was I gonna say? I believe I can say I got her sharp. Very, very sharp. All right, how easily do we shave? All right, where's evasive floppy disk? Yeah, we're shaving. I can see the shuffle. I can see the shuffle here. Yeah. Like I said, the reason we're just doing cardboard, we're doing cardboard Slayer here with this thing anyways, is I told Jen I was going to do it. And when they sent it to me, just to try to give them the whole schmagoygan. But yeah, and if y'all weren't here a few minutes ago, they're sending me the Vaquero to check out too. Okay, there we go. Finally. It's been comfortable. It's just it hasn't been handling the way I normally push cut well. And it just needed a new profile on the edge. You know, and the other half of the battle is keeping a blade this small under control. But now she chooches. Mad Yako, what's going on? Yeah, I missed your last live stream, dude. I was getting ready for work. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to sit in the parking lot for a half hour anyways. Anish Gupta, what's going on, man? I'm doing good. I finally got air conditioning back after a month of not having it. So my whole ass perspective's improved. But yeah, no, I was going to drop by your live stream when I got to work and sat in the parking lot, but you had just ended it when I pulled into the parking lot. Oh, I am too. Like, we got to cool the house down real slow, so right now the house is at a nice, brisk, chilly 81 degrees. But in the bedroom, having a fan right in front of the AC vent, pushing whatever air we get into the rest of the room has made a huge difference. I'm a monkey. Welcome back. All right, Brian. See you later. I appreciate you dropping by, though. We started testing at 5, and then I had to put a new edge on here, so we've been testing the new edge for about 3 minutes here. But, you know, I can pass this information along to Jin and let them know. I will be sending an email about this just to let them know what we found here. Because now it's happy about cutting. I just can't control, you know, 1.5 inches or less of a cutting edge very easily. But yeah, so like, if you're just getting here, Jin sent me this thing to review, which is why we're doing this with this one specifically tonight. But yeah, it's happy about cutting now with the, because KO, I believe we put this at, give or take, 16 degrees. Yeah, D2 again. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely good at being a tape popper, and there were some smaller jobs at work that, you know, a big blade will handle just fine too, but this thing did really good at. It's just that the jobs that require some blade length, it was definitely having a hard time with, and now I kind of see why it was struggling with the plastic on the pallets. Yeah, the Vaquero, it's I'm interested in getting the Vaquero. Now, that also may be a stainless Damascus. It's weird, like looking at the Vaquero in pictures. You don't have the oxide layers that you normally get with Damascus, so I'm wondering if it's not a couple of different stainless steels with a deep etch and then polished back, which is entirely possible, but that's just going off the pictures. I mean, the idea behind the knife design was obviously, you know, a bit of novelty, having a bit of fun with it. You know, this is good for kids that are just starting to learn how to carry. You know, it's good for friends that aren't knife people that you want to have, you want them to have something kind of cool. So I like the idea. I like the idea. And I'm just happy they gave me these acrylic scales that you can see through that aren't Ultim. It's not Ultim. Honestly, Arthur, I don't know. I haven't had a Swiss Army knife in years. You know, the kind of the way I do things, the only thing I need is a knife with a single blade. That's all I need. That's all I want out of life. You know, if I need tools, I either have them in the house or they're in my truck. I have got a full toolbox in the truck. Plug kits, everything. So, I should be able to, like, redneck engineer something to get me home if I wind up stuck on the side of the road. Although, I still haven't figured out how to get the truck to pass emissions, so that's going to be a problem. The grip is actually okay. You know, it's just basically a nice oblong with a big choil, so I've got like a 3-finger grip on it, which is not bad for something this small. I'm just happy it's cutting now. Cardboard. Yeah, I kind of understand the whole ASMR thing. It's just the kinds of ASMR, you know, that show up with the whole whispering and tapping the microphone, and then like that one doesn't do it for me. Now, there are a couple of things that do work for me as far as ASMR goes, and that's like, you know, there's someone that tells stories, but they have the ASMR voice. They have very good background noises that are easy to relax to. Those work for me. Now see, KO Knives does not like being soothed. If he is soothed and no longer angry, he's miserable. Well, you know what's weird is, you know, when you start making content on YouTube, it starts to get really hard to watch other videos that are in your corner. You know, like it's gotten so hard for me to sit back and watch knife videos. It's just like I am so already deep into that thing. You know, I don't need more of that right now. Unless someone shows off like a knife that grabs my attention in the thumbnail. You know, I'm not necessarily looking at trying to watch yet more videos. You know, I got my channels on here that I subscribed to whenever I first got started doing this and making long form content. But it's so hard to sit through an entire video. You know, I'll watch Philip DeFranco, Dutch Bushcraft Knives. I was watching Garage 54 pretty religiously whenever they drop a video. Demolition Ranch, Kentucky Ballistics. Me with Knives, what's going on? Yeah, apparently Dr. Disrespect's situation ain't quite over. I forget what the thing I saw was. News related, but there was something going on. Yes, I do watch Brandon Herrera. Edwin Sarkisian was all right for a minute, but it's like 5 or 7 minutes of talking before they start doing anything. It's like, bro, I don't want to sit here and watch you talk with no extra production value in the middle of a field and laughing at almost nothing. You know, it's just like, it's hard to watch. Now, probably my favorite gun channel is Tough Later Mouse. But, you know, Tough Later Mouse was definitely my first taste of gun tubing. And, like, they've been doing it right for a long time. Yeah, no, like, I'd love for them to be somewhere I could drive to, but even then, it's like, you know, getting invited to shoot. You know, if I had a metal lathe that I could actually do a steel on, I know what I want to do, and I want to make some Damascus steel slugs. That would be nice. Um, so I don't have either of those guns, so I can't say I'm really a big fan of either one. That being said, again, my uncle, kind of the guy I wanted to be when I grew up while he was still alive. He definitely liked him. He liked him kind of everything, but like the M16 was kind of his platform. However, he did have nice things to say about AKs. And it's mostly the amount of unfortunate environment they can put up with. But, you know, basically whichever one I buy first will become my favorite, which, I mean, honestly, given where we live, an AR is probably going to be much more accessible and much more affordable than an AK. Oh, dude. Good score, Punisher. I know, Punisher is hanging out here like, fuck knives, I'll watch yours, but fuck them. Yeah, like the only firearms I own, I've got a Mossberg Maverick 12 gauge pump action. I've got a 1911 45 ACP. I've got a 1911 and 22 long rifle. And then I've got a Charter Arms AR7 Explorer 22 rifle. Which, if you haven't seen the Charter Arms AR7, I think it's now Henry, you got to check that thing out. It's cool as shit. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a bit, man. Yeah, I want to get a Henry version. They were really affordable when I was looking at them, but I was way too broke. And then when I wasn't as broke, the price on them jumped really damn high. Don't leave me! Everyone's leaving! You're going to get cigarette-flavored milk and you'll never be back! Don't leave me! I actually had a wrist rocket for a while there. I didn't have anywhere to really air it out. Thank you, Ashish. He gets it. Ashish gets it. But yeah, like the bands dry rotted on it before I had a chance to play with it, and I think that thing got thrown out. I don't. It may be in a box somewhere from the last move that I don't know about. All right, me with knives. I feel a little safer now. Yeah, I already know. Like Apocalypse starts going down, if it's not like a nuclear Armageddon or something that is potentially survivable, Wilderness Bushcraft is a guy I'm going to try to hook up with. Drag out the small forge, drag out the small anvil. Find somewhere safe to get to. All that is good. Oh, wow. Yeah, I know, like, you can do full auto guns here if you've got the right licensing, which, it hurts me in the freedom spot, but I also kind of understand there's so much happening right now where it's like, it kind of makes sense that you're nerfing these things at least a little bit, even though it's not something I'm happy about. I am not. I'm sure you're trying to make me say something I don't want to say, so we're just going to leave it at that. Oh no, Ashish, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, that's without getting too political. I'm trying to remember. I think the last long rifle I shot, and this was decades ago, is probably actually an M16. I know, like, my uncle. I'm not bullying anybody. Like, when my uncle passed away, I was familiar with almost all the locations where he kept his guns in the house. And one of those, in a spare bedroom, he had a fucking metal lathe, just for, I guess, when he didn't want to walk out to the workshop. And then his living room was basically just a reloading factory. Like, where the couch and TV weren't. Like, you had like, all the bits and pieces for hand loading. But, you know, you go into that spare bedroom and you pull some sheetrock down, and there was just a row of like 7 long rifles. I don't know what they were, but you know, he just had a whole row of them. And you know, his daughter did the right thing. She sold them, but I would have loved to have been able to get a couple. You're talking about being like super, super poor when all that was going down. Because, like, you know, it's because of him that I wound up being, like, so diehard into knives. You know, that was one of his things, and he had a collection. I mean, it ran the range between okay stuff and a lot of gas station stuff. Like, I've got the box that I pulled out for the sharpening that I put that precision adjust on, has got most of the knives I inherited from him in that thing. And it is such a hectic mix. Okay, now we can try the 44-pound stuff. Actually, this might be a bit more extreme. Do we have an edge crush test on this? This one's the 44. I don't know what this one is. All right, Smelly Knuckles. You just keep doing what you're doing over there, boo-boo. Yeah, Die Hard is a movie. That is a movie. But no, I mean, you know, it's kind of one of those things, you know. I'm trying to figure out how to talk about them without going into without things getting too dark. Is just, to put it this way, like, his house was one of the few places I had where I felt safe and I could be myself. You know, just kind of relax and not worry that violence was fixing to happen at all times. We'll put it that way. All right, fresh stack of boxes. Oh, no, dude, I am relaxed. It's still a bit toasty in here, but I am relaxed. Believe me, if it wouldn't rod the upstairs of a lot of the AC that's up there, I would have the both the vents in here fully open. the pressure in the house from the AC is so thoroughly imbalanced that all of the cold air tries to go in here in the basement, and the end of the house with the oh wow, nice. Ah, shoot. Let's see what it says the temperature outside is right now. 93 degrees feels like 105 degrees. And that's in freedom height. If it was Celsius, we'd all be dead. Stupid metric temperature. Now see, if I measured our temperature in metric, we could be dead. Man, it is a fight to get some of this stuff to cut smoothly. Remember, kids, always cut towards yourself. Yeah, I don't know how to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, but you know, there's two kinds of countries in the world. Ones that use metric and ones that put a man on the moon. But yeah, I think it's still around 80 degrees in here. Like, I kept thinking I need to get one of those thermometers people have on their porch to just keep whatever room I'm in just to see how hot it is. But I never got one of those. And now it's kind of like, if I would have known we were going to spend a day shy of a month with no air conditioning, I would have definitely bought one. Yeah, when it was still 80 degrees out, we could keep a fan in the window and push air that was cooler than the inside of the house in, and we got a bit of a break. But it didn't stay that way. Like, we've had about 2 weeks of constant cloud cover and rain, and that was fantastic. But, like, that ended, and I thought we were going to be waiting another week or two for the AC to get fixed. I was like, no, 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 no. God, no, not again. It was like when the AC first went out. It was like 93, 95 degrees. And I'm in the southeastern part of the United States, so the humidity is always high. Like, the humidity never, ever drops. You know how amazing it would be if Taylor Swift actually was in here? Like, seriously. Taylor Swift drops by. What are you making? We're just beating up the edge of a knife. Oh, that's awesome. This place is chill. I'm going to hang out. All right, Ashish, man. I appreciate you being here. Which actually, Mr. Beast, I don't know whether or not he's going to get a... Arthur, don't ruin that for me. Gravy Seal, man, $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much. That is going towards our edge sharpness tester. I think this is going to put us around $90 into it. So we're making progress. But yeah, Gravy Seal, I am good, man. So I was just telling everybody we got our AC back after essentially a month with no air conditioning. And I was talking about the humidity here in this part of the country. It's like right now it's 93 degrees outside, but it feels like 105 according to the weather guesser at Google. So yeah, thank God we have the AC, but it's only been back on for a few hours now. And no. I've already got this work sharpener, and then I've got this work sharpener. Arkansas EDC, what's going on, man? Welcome. So I've got the sharpeners. The thing that we're working on is the sharpness tester, so we can get better real-time data on what's happening here with the edge wear. Like, because a better data point on that would make these a lot more useful. But the goal is like 250. But Steels I'm really wanting to try out. I'm not sure. Like, I've got Nitro V that we're going to try out on the Kaiser Nice Guy. We're not doing that to my drop bear. We've got CPM S35VN that we're also going to try out on the Concept Motto, however you pronounce it. Like, I kind of want to do S30V. That being said, that's going to be one where I clear a lot of time and figure out how to keep myself functional that whole time. I want that on a knife with a good profile so the cuts are easy. So I'm not having to like push a wedge through the cardboard. It's like a lot of the other steels. Yeah, Gravy Seal, we got the bug out. That being said, the bug outs that I have, I kind of don't want to do this to them. I'd rather have like a worn out or like a worn in bug out that's already taken a beating, and then just put an edge on it, even if I got to do it with the belt grinder and run that. But like, nobody's really got, hey, here's an extra bug out I got laying around. Especially not for someone that's already got one. You know, it's just like, I'd like to have some a cheap S30V beater to learn how to like see how bad it is to sharpen. And that's part of it. I don't want to sharpen my bug out back up unless I know it's going to be achievable with the precision adjust. Oh, I don't want to hollow grind for this, me with knives. You don't know how much hollow grinds suck for Cardboard Slayer. But yeah, like the S30V I already know is going to be a marathon. It's going to be. The CPM S35VN, I'm kind of getting conflicting information. I think we're actually going to be able to wear that out in a reasonable amount of time. The guys that seem to know what they're talking about have told me it's going to be about like OS 10 or something like that. It's more about durability than edge retention. Yeah, that'd be nice, but we're also looking at knives that I have no possible way of affording anytime in the near future. You know, it's kind of one of the things I'm dealing with now, is we just had to have a come to Jesus and come to terms with how broke we actually are right now. Like, it ain't pretty. Like the yeah, you know, roided up 440C or something like that. But no, so I like I'm gonna have days where food is too expensive. That's how broke. Like, I can't afford a ticket to get on the struggle bus right now. Like, I thought it was bad until we sat down and really looked at it, and it's like, oh, if just if we do the basics, we're still like, you know, 100 some odd bucks in the negative every month. Like, we're still like, which bill do we not want to pay this month? Me with knives, I am not going to have 60 bucks for that for a long time. You know, like I got one of those savings accounts where every time I buy something, a couple of cents goes into it. And I'm trying to save that up for my Cold Steel Mayhem so that we can play with that thing. However, odds are that's going to go bye-bye soon. And that's going to be bill money. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Like, I'm busting my ass. I'm making more per hour than I've ever made in my damn life. And it's still nowhere close to keeping us covered. Like, nowhere close. You know, I've been in this position before, but I was making less than $10 an hour at the time. You know? Like I've more than doubled that, and I'm still not above water. You know that you know that oof. But yeah, like that way to save deal. That's how I saved up for Blade Show for like 6 months. And I also pulled a few extra bucks off one of those months where, you know, 5-week month, 5 paychecks. You know, all that goodness. But that's how Blade Show happened. And I spent more than I should have by a good bit, but at the very least I'm covered for a good while now for content. But, you know, once all the Blade Show haul knives run out, then it's going to be back to scrounging the bargain bins. What was the I'm trying to remember. I've carried a good few of them. I'm pretty sure I've run at least one of them. I'm pretty sure, but I honestly don't remember. Give me a second. I'll take a look at my videos and see if one of them's there. Because I've got some lined up specifically for testing. You know, I just got to carry them and see how the factory edge is first. All right, give me a second here. Yeah, so we did the 4MAX Scout twice. We did the Rosecraft Castoria. So we've done 2 of them. Yeah. Samuel Nordyke, what's going on, man? Welcome back. So yeah, we have run a couple. Just the next one I'm looking forward to is definitely going to be the Nitro V on the nice guy right here. This should be a fun stream. This should be a fun stream. Like I said, their 154 cm took 8 hours to wear out. So I've been told the Nitro V is pretty much right there with the same kind of performance. Punisher, you didn't miss much. Just cutting up a lot of cardboard. You know, the 16-degree edge is holding up reasonably well. Yeah, like, I know you asked what steels I wanted to try out a second ago. That's what we were talking about. Because we covered the CPM S35VN, we covered the Nitro V, we covered the S30V, and then got into everything being too expensive for me. So yeah, like I said, you know, I've got CPM S35VN to try out. I've got Nitro V to try out. The S30V, I don't want to beat my bug out to death on it. At least not till I know whether or not I can effectively sharpen the S30V on my precision adjust. That's going to be the make or break right there. Yeah. No, Punisher's right. The knives from way back in the day that just say stainless Pakistan. We got those. We got the ones that just say surgical steel. I need to get myself an old beat down case knife that just has an intact blade so I can sharpen it and try this out on it. Lou, welcome back. It's like I want to see if that old Pakistani steel from back in the day is as bad as I remember it and as bad as I'm complaining about. You know, and I'm very pleasantly surprised that these cuts are controllable with this short of a blade, but they're actually going really well. Yeah, like the whole Gareth HB deal. Somebody else sent those knives in that I'm giving away. That I did not know about. I didn't know that it wasn't Gareth. But what Gareth HB wants to send looks really solid and really legit. Against my better judgment, I dropped my address, but he says he needs a full name and phone number too for customs, and I'm not handing out my phone number. Perfectly average. It's completely average. Yeah, like I said, I've got to take a look at the P.O. Box deal and figure out whether or not that's something that's affordable enough to maintain. You know, that's one of the things there. Because it's again, like y'all just heard how broke I am right now. You know, that's part of why we're crowdfunding the sharpness tester through super chats and memberships, instead of me just saving up for a few weeks and buying one. Damn it, would you cut worth a shit? As soon as the cut starts getting squirrely, it's done. Yeah, I do have the S30V, and that's also part of just getting past the fact that, you know, it's a $140 knife. For me, that's like expensive. So God damn, the second these cuts go squirrely, that's it. Over and done with. But membership, as far as I know, it's like $1.99 or something like that a month for a channel membership. Like, I'm not 100% sure how they work. I've got, what, I think 2 channel members right now. But you know. So when I get a few more channel members, I'm also going to be looking at like some members only videos as soon as I can figure out what I want to do with that. Some members only giveaways, you know, possibly some members only live streams. But that's kind of one of the perks of membership. And I've got to like get someone to handle the custom emojis. So the SOG Terminus XR, I really like that axis lock. The Flash AT, however, it's an axis lock on assisted open, which, you know, the Flash AT is an otherwise very nice knife, but the trying to close an axis lock with an assisted opener one-handed just plain sucks. Don't do this. It's not helping our cause that this cardboard has soaked up a ton of humidity while it's been sitting here. Yeah, a lot of guys don't like the axis lock on this because it's just got the weird stop on it. I personally happen to like it a lot, but that's just me. Now this pocket clip, straight trash. I was just saying, I happen to really like the Terminus lock, but a lot of guys don't like it. This was going so good. I don't think these Kodiak boxes like being cut up. You know, once you guys was at GSM Outdoors, when those guys came through for me at Blade Show and gave me a Terminus XR with the good pocket clip on it, that's a fantastic knife. Like, I love that thing. Man, our viewer counts are staying seriously low. Favorite EDC, that's also a hard call to make. I have a few favorites, but, you know, not one just standout favorite. But that's also, like, I've got probably over 200 folding knives now that I've all carried, and a lot of them have, you know, their own merits. But kind of at the top of the pack, there is the Bug Out. I got the CF Elite. That one carries well. It's so damn nice to use. And I didn't get hit too hard by the butterfly tax on that. I got it for like 140 bucks, which is really the maximum that should cost. Like the maximum. And then I've got a Devo Growler V2 prototype. That is one of the best things I've ever carried in my damn life. There's the Olatan's T025, and that was like a $25 knife that is absolutely phenomenal for a daily carry. You know, and then you break into the stuff that's not as easy to EDC, like the giant pocket cleavers. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm kind of getting into the standouts. But like the pocket cleavers, almost all of them are good. You know, the Kaiser Sheepdog XL, the O-Knife Gar, the Artisan Proponent, the O-Knife Sentry L1 that I just looked at, Civivi Bull Mastiff and Mastodon. Like, I've only had a couple of trash pocket cleavers. And of course, you know, just like every time we're on a live, I will say it. This is one of the worst knives I've ever bought. However, it is yours if you're the first person to see me at Blade Show next year and recognize me. If you're the first person to see me and recognize me, this will be yours. Because I'm not one to suffer alone. But I'm trying to think of some of my other standouts that were just great. Yeah, the proponent's fantastic. You know, it's a bit like carrying a boat anchor, but beyond that, like, everything about it is just phenomenal. Now, if get your hands on the O-Knife Sentry L1, like, if you check out my video, it's the same kind of oversized, ridiculous pocket cleaver, but it centrifugally opens, and that centrifugal open is fantastic. What is what? The Sentry L1? I do not have the Sentry L1. Wait a minute, I do. I do have the Sentry L1 down here. Now, if y'all don't know, this is the box of knives for live streams. This is the Sentry L1, and centrifugal opening. And yeah, so I'm gonna get these the giveaway knives boxed up soon. And oh, the bad knife. That is a Sativian ST-155. But yeah, Arkansas EDC, if you're still sitting here, these are gonna get sent out real soon. I just, between work and exhaustion and the lack of AC, I have not wanted to sit down here long enough to do anything. Oh no, everybody gets a delay with the live. All right, so I am watching on my second account on my old phone, and there is still like a 10-15 second delay there, and you guys, when you comment, there's a bit of a delay there, so it all adds up to something nuts. That's part of why the responses are slow or sometimes get missed, and that's also why when you're watching another streamer with a bigger audience, it's nearly impossible for them to see your message. Like, that's why. But the hell was I saying? My train of thought just derailed. The ST-155 makes gas station knives look appealing. This is a piece of steel that the Lord's light shall never shine upon. The land upon which it sits should be salted. Whoever designed this and failed to test it, I pray that every time they are about 10 seconds away from falling into a deep and blissful sleep, they have to take literally the largest shit of their entire lives. Like, seriously, every time you're right about to fall out, each one of those shits is bigger than the last. Well, let's try changing boxes out and see if something that wasn't in a freezer for a while does any better. I don't know what you mean by re-railed. No idea who John is, but no. No, I have my moderators and I'm not adding more. But, yeah, to quote Stevie Wonder, this thing looks like shit. Yeah, in about 10 more minutes here, I'm going to give my hand a rest. My knuckles are hitting the this table a lot on these cuts. Well, I mean, you may want to talk to somebody else that needs another mod. We don't need more here. Hell, I told myself I could be a mod, but I still had to pass a security check. You know, that's an interesting thought, Punisher. I mean, horribly inaccurate, but that's a good one. Where the hell is Fook, by the way? Like, somebody go check on Fook. Like, knock on his door. See how he's doing. Yeah, little bro is adorable. I can promise you. Yeah, I know, we haven't seen Fook today. It's a little unusual for him. Yeah, just that, those Kodiak. So those Kodiak boxes we've been struggling with, those were, frozen. So they froze, then they picked up all the humidity from thawing out. Then they picked up all the humidity from sitting in this damn basement with no air conditioning. So it looks like they were just going to be a problem. Maybe he's out on a date. Like, maybe he's pulling more tail than a slow kid at a petting zoo and he's just messing with us. Like, maybe he's got to pencil it into his schedule 3 weeks in advance to spend a day not getting laid. Probably getting more ass than a toilet seat at JFK International. Like, just shows up trying to act nonchalant like he wasn't getting laid, but he's got a bag of ice sitting on his crotch. Like, he pops in and is like, if I stop getting laid for even an hour, the world will self-destruct. However, I've made a deal with Jesus. Oh, we got some 44-pound stuff. Let me go off. Let me go to Usenet and see if I can't get all those for you. Oh God. Oh. The 44-pound cardboard may just be a bit too much. Yeah. No, I think Fook probably has more sex than Quagmire. Like, Fook's just listening. He's like, hey. I think the 44 pounds a bit too much. I think we're just sticking with the 32 tonight. That's a shame. These were decent boxes. Oh well. Save them for the next live. All I've got's a stack of Kodiak boxes right here too. Alright, I have set myself up for a evasive floppy disk. Yeah, you missed where I shaved the top of my foot after I was sharpening. Yeah, that would be our other channel member. We may have we got a third channel member, I believe. Oh, you don't show up when these things start. That's how you miss them. It might be. It might be. Probably is. Maybe. But you've also missed a string of brain rot kids roll through here too. Like, we've been hovering at far lower viewer numbers than we've been getting. A little bit of a bummer, but might just be that it's Thursday afternoon and evasive floppy disk. You want to kind of walk them through becoming a channel member? Different blend of brain rot, but kind of the same idea. Nah, you're good, dude. Like, nobody's under pressure to become a channel member at all. Like, at all. Like, I'm kind of hanging out and waiting to get a few more members before I start doing, like, the members-only content and all that. I got to get someone to figure out how to do custom emojis for the channel members, all that stuff. It's like, the artistic stuff that I do is not on a 2D media. I wish I could say with any confidence that I knew whether or not that was fake, Punisher. Nothing about that sounds legit, but it's 2024 and nothing makes sense anymore. It doesn't even matter which side of history you're planning on landing on. Like, it just, nothing makes sense right now. Okay, so we're an hour in on the new edge. Let's get the Forbidden Moonshine out. Well, we do actually encounter a lot of group therapy style sessions in the midst of some of these. All right, residue gone. Let me see something. Yeah, we got the join button. Yeah, I think the join button is it. Like, did you just go to my channel page? Because, like, I went to my channel page and looked at the channel on my alt. Like, I'm on mobile on my alt account, and I went and looked, and I can join on my other account if I want to, although that would just be giving YouTube, I think, like 75 cents a month to accomplish nothing. I mean, yeah, I see it on mobile too. That's weird. I don't know, maybe your YouTube's flaking out. All right, so far the edge wear is pretty typical for D2. Nothing too sketchy. I guess we're going back to the Frito-Lay boxes next. Let's get this one that sucks ass out of the way. However, I'm going to give my hand a couple minutes. This is beating my hand up right here a little bit because I'm like having to hold it like this and push. It's not bad yet, but I do feel it. Gravy Seal, thank you again, man. Much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Matter of fact, you want to pick the next fart? We got a robot, ninja, Frankenstein. We got Grim Reaper. Got the mummy, the knight, and the alien. Which one would you like? Oh. It don't matter. We're going to do the night. We're going to do the night. There we go. My brain just went entirely blank. Yeah, I'll give it about 5 more minutes here. Jeez, why is the viewer count so low? Like, we got 5 people watching right now. Well, 4 if you count my alt. And we're normally up around, like, around 17 to 22, somewhere in that window. Like, I don't know how many people we have coming in from Russia, I'll be honest. We get a few people from Europe, but I'm not sure, yeah, a lot of times we'll get random people that just kind of dropped in that'll hang out and listen and, you know, not really participate in chat. But, like, I think the last stream, the numbers were also kind of low, too. Our concurrent just wasn't that good. Yeah, I wish I had a way to make those numbers appear more consistently. That'd be nice. And Punisher, we need you to swing the ban hammer at some point. There is that. But yeah, like I've dropped the ban hammer. Fuchs dropped the ban hammer. Yeah, like just the Welding Carry, welcome back. That was the weirdest damn thing. Like, and like Mr. Beast, like I don't know whether or not he's cooked. There's some audio that leaked to him and somebody talking about the Catch Me Outside girl when she was still 14 and saying some pretty inappropriate things. So I don't know if that's going to bite him in the ass or it's just going to disappear. I'm kind of waiting on seeing what happens with that. Give me a second here, exchanging some messages. Oh, full fire, man. Thanks, dude. That is awesome. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Like, I never understood how I never understood how the gifted membership works. Like, are you still paying for the gifted memberships every month, or how does that work? Because, like, I'll see guys that'll, they'll, like, gift 20 memberships or something like that in a live stream, and I never understood that. Like, how are you maintaining, you know, that much money every month on that, especially doing it again and again and again. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on? Gotcha, okay. So this thing on the factory edge straight up sucked. So we put it at like 16 degrees and now it's doing fine. But yeah, the factory edge wasn't great. It just wasn't doing it. But in other news, my AC got fixed today. So right now I'm going through the process of reacclimating the house without blowing the condenser up. Because I think it crept up to... I think it crept up to like 83 degrees today after being around 77 for a couple of days. So I basically got to let it run. I got to let it run down to 80 and then kind of let it just be there for a while. And then bump it down to 75 and then let it be there for an hour after it gets that low. And then 70, then, you know, once we get down to 70 and I drop it to 68, we're all good. But at least... Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, I gotta start doing some members only stuff. Huh. All right. I know Chef Rocky was asking about that earlier. Why he couldn't do the gift memberships. Like, I've watched so many hundreds given out, and I never got one. Well, like, I haven't done anything different. Chef Rocky couldn't do it when he became a member. But apparently now it's a thing. Maybe I hit the right number of viewer hours, but I don't think I did. I was still a few hundred away. Like, in a few hundred more hours, I can turn on some more of the, I think I can turn on the ad revenue and stuff like that. Because that is 4,000 watch hours. But yeah, I lost track of what I was saying about the AC. No, right now it's tolerable. Like, I'm not sitting here with the portable AC blasting me in the war room, and I'm okay. It's not perfect, but it is okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, I gotta start doing some members only stuff. I gotta figure out what to do members only stuff. Like, get some videos going. I'm not sure what would be interesting for that. Huh, all right. But yeah, Wilderness, we had just mentioned you earlier, talking about what we do in the apocalypse. So many members, giggity. As I said, I've seen hundreds of gifted memberships, and I've never received one. Yeah, for those of you guys that weren't here earlier, Jen Knives has also sent the Vaquero kit for me to check out. That should be here in the next couple of days. But now that I have air conditioning, I can do the build video on the G10 Chubbee, and I can do the build on the Jin with the acrylic scales on it. Kind of showcase all those together. Which you guys that have been here for a minute know, like, I really do support the Captain Knife Kit is a good, solid budget daily driver that also comes with the added treat of being a kit that you build yourself. like a roundabout way of going, here, you do this. All right, let's get this thing cut up. Come on. Remember, kids, always cut towards yourself, not away from yourself. And we're just gonna yeah, like, I'm interested in checking out the Vaquero. The only kick in the nuts with that thing that I can see right now is there's no pocket clip on it. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to carry that one. You know, and I wasn't even looking to have the Vaquero kit sent. I was just talking to, you know, Emma in an email and mentioned that we saw the Vaquero kit on the last live stream and it looked really good. You know, I was hoping to see more stuff like that from them in the future alongside these more lighthearted kits like the Captain and the Chubbee. Speaking of which, next time I talk to Jen via email, and I may send Emma something about this, but I need to mention the thermochromic resin, see if they can figure out how to work with that. I'm not sure. But if they can mill out the acrylic, they should be able to mill out a polyester resin. Should. That's because acrylic is prone to melting just like polyester resin is. All right, we're going to come to terms with the fact that this box is just going to suck to dice up. Yeah, and like, you know, I like the color of that bone. Like, it's kind of like the ivory paper micarta on the CRKT Ritual and the O-Knife Gar. It's a wonderful color, and you don't see it all that often on knives now. Yeah, and like, I thought about doing the G10, but like, you know, those of you guys that have been here for a minute know I've been begging for translucent scales for a while. So as soon as I saw that, it's like, yep, gotta have it. I love the way the Ritual looks, and I love how impractical it is, but it is so hard to use as an EDC blade. You know, I've carried it for a few days, and would you cooperate? And like the kind of cuts I need to make, it just ain't set up for those. You cannot tell me this edge wore out like that already. Yeah, I've become real selective about what I'm going to throw on my wish list. You know, I'd like to take one step up from the gas station grade knives. Like, we take a look at we take a look at those every so often, and we look at more, you know, sub 50 budget oriented blades on a pretty regular basis. Oh. I think what we're looking at is this has to be like fresh cardboard for it to cut well. Like, let's break this out. All right, well, let's look up the Sin Cut Glide Strike. Damn it. Yeah, 3.74 inches is not too shabby. What was the one that I saw earlier today? Yeah, the Shoes' Han 317. I can't find anywhere to buy it, but like, if y'all can see that, that has my attention. But like, I see it on AliExpress. I don't see any other legitimate vendor. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe one of you guys knows more than I do. It's like, I think AliExpress. Yeah, $78 on AliExpress. So yeah, like, that thing is kind of, all right, evasive floppy disk. Enjoy your day at work. Yeah, have a good day at work. Hopefully it goes well. But yeah, we kind of taken a look. So this thing is definitely not happy with these cuts on this. Yeah, what the hell's happening here? You can't tell me the edge is already that worn. You just can't. Then again, I mean, it's worn, but Okay, let's try something a little more fresh. Like this should be cutting this cardboard. It should be cutting this cardboard and being fine. That cardboard's already like soaked up a ton of moisture. It's also been crushed, so like it's not really. I don't know. This is where we need that edge sharpness tester so we can actually get viable data and be sure we know what's happening here. Like this blade's acting like it's really, really worn out. No, it's not compacted, believe it or not. Not that kind of crush. It's just like you can kind of see all the wrinkles on it right there. Like when it was a box and not flat cardboard, something that was way too heavy for it got stacked on it. Okay, this is a much fresher, nicer piece of cardboard. If it doesn't cut this, I think we're going to call it as. Okay, so that's what I was expecting. Apparently this thing is just real particular about which cardboard it wants to eat. Which is confusing. You guys remember the Nasty Boys? Those guys were entertaining. And did you know that when you go to start a live stream, it won't let you tag somebody? Oh, speaking of which. I don't remember the guys' names. Like, I never really remembered the guys' names. You had those twins, Booker T and whatever the other guy's name was. They were fun to watch. Well, no, like, I tried to tag Jin to see if they wanted to come in and check it out and see what happened. You know, kind of give them a chance to drop in, soak up information, you know, all that. For the love of Jesus. There we are. Yeah. No, they're brothers. I said I enjoyed watching those guys. All right, so I think the only way to test that the edge is actually worn. We're gonna try to refine the edge again to see if that fixes this issue. But we're just gonna do this and we're gonna strop it. Any meaningful difference will show up. Jerry, what's going on, dude? Welcome, man. Yeah, Jerry's one of my IRL people. Yeah, you haven't missed a ton. We just been cutting with this thing, and it's been showing wear really damn fast. So, I'll try to refine the edge a little bit again and see if edge wear is indeed the problem. It's as close to a power strop as I've got right now. I mean, you can try using it till it's rainbow. I'm not sure whether or not you'll like the results. Because yeah, when the edge turns blue, it means you're doing a good job. Which, believe it or not, they actually sell leather belts for stropping for that thing right there. But they're like 23, 24 bucks a pop, and I don't feel like spending that since I don't really have to. But I am curious what a power strop with a good diamond emulsion on it would do. Like, not the Temu diamond paste, but an actual good emulsion. Yeah, the edge turns blue. It means you're doing a good job. That's your reward for doing a good job. You get to see that nice color of blue. Follow me for more tips. Yeah, Jerry, we did get our air conditioning back. Yeah, strop belts are a thing. However, that belt is something like 1,000 grit or 1,200, something like that. So, I mean, it essentially is a power strop. And that's what I just used it for, as a power strop to establish this strop as quickly as possible. Yeah, I don't know if I'd mentioned it to you or not, but we haven't had air conditioning for a day shy of a month. It just got fixed today. Yeah, and I mean, it really helps in your sharpening if you take your sharpening stone and run the knife back and forwards like this for about 5 minutes before you start sharpening. Just that way you know you're doing a good job. Weird. My live seems to have popped out. Well, no, I mean, that means you're doing an excellent job. Like a really, really, really good job. You spent 3 times as much time. Well, I mean, if you want the knife to be softer and easier to sharpen, that blue edge will get you there. You know, that means your edge will be a lot more durable. Instead of chipping, it'll roll over for you, so you can take a little hammer and tap it back flat. You know, there are advantages. There are. You know, that being said, I'm not a professional knife onomist. Yeah, so that was 100% of edge wear after an hour, which is unexpected. Oh man, we could have kept that game going for another 10 minutes. But yeah, that was just a lot of edge wear talking. Which is weird. Like, this thing took about 4 hours to start showing a lot of wear on it. Yep, forbidden moonshine time. Yeah, I'm guessing the way the Chubbee is ground, like the blade grind on it, is just not set up right for doing this. Good God. It took 3 cuts and the tape on this is just stuck. Like, it is just not going anywhere. Yeah, no, the 8015 light, the cold steel factory edges are great. And at some point, we're doing this with the 8015 light. That one that you got, we're putting that through Cardboard Slayer at some point to see how it does. I'll try to remember to like hit you up before it starts. Yeah. It feels like a flat. Like, I'm not feeling hollow. I'm not seeing hollow. It's a flat grind. And it just, again, it may be that there's so little real estate top to bottom that this grind is just like a hatchet angle instead of a knife angle. But yeah, Jerry, you may want to like turn on notifications for this specific channel. That way, if I don't remember to catch you whenever it starts, you can you get a ding on your phone. But, you know, this is where knowing a whole lot more about these things would be real beneficial to us, but I think half the fun is watching me learn as I go through this stuff. Like, I guarantee you. Yes, so the acrylic, like the drop bear is Nitro V. That being said, I'm not doing this to that thing. That's why we got the nice guy. That's why we got the nice guy. Yeah, it is a flat grind. You know, it feels like with a flat grind, and the fact that, you know, we put a whole new edge on it and it's D2, it should have gone longer than an hour. Personally, I really like it. I really enjoyed carrying it. You know, that's another one. If the guy that asked about my favorite EDCs is in here, like, I'd buy it again. I've debated buying a drop bear with regular scales on it so I can carry it a bit more fearlessly. If that answers your question, I've thought about buying another one with regular scales so I don't have to be so timid with it. Just the combination of being in financial despair and the fact that I wouldn't carry it for more than a week before I had to rotate to the next one. Those two things stopped me. Well, if you look on Amazon, the Kaiser Amicus is in Nitro V for like 40 bucks. That is on my list to buy as soon as I can, because that's one that I wanted to check out for you guys especially, is that $40 Nitro V. Oh, you bought the Amicus. Oh, dude. Yeah, like I was planning on buying it after I got back from Blade Show, and then I was like, you know, it's like I've got so much to deal with right now, and I blew through everything I had and then some at Blade Show. And then I've been just broke since then. You know, it's like the drop bear got my attention just because of the clear scales. The AD15 Lite just because it went on sale on that big of a discount. Which, if you look at the AD15 Lite, or yeah, the AD15 Lite now, it's like 80 bucks. Cali boy, what's going on, man? Welcome back. We're just going in on this little guy right here, and we've already had to stop and clean the edge back up after an hour, which it's D2. It should have gone for about 4 hours, but I think the blade grind itself, the way this blade is ground, it just does not like what we're doing to it. Yeah, like I said, I've got some Nitro V lined up. Speaking of which, we need to decide this next week of carry. I haven't really slept right for damn near a month now because we've had no air conditioning. It's finally back on. Speaking of which, I need to go take a look real quick and see if it's down to 80 degrees in the house now. Because if it is, it should have been for at least an hour. So I'll be right back, because if it is, I can drop it down to 75 and get the house even cooler. It is so much nicer in here in this room than it is upstairs right now. So much. Yeah, once I finish this piece of cardboard off, I'm getting into my emotional support can of Monster. Yeah, down in the war room right now, that's where all the cameras are set up and all that. And thankfully, now that we have our air conditioning back, it's comfortable in here. Or at least comfortable enough. Compared to the way it's been being, this is delightful. Like, you'd be amazed at the sheer scope of the disaster in the war room right now. Like, from the last 4 or 5 live streams now, I've got what would probably amount to a 15 to 20 foot tall stack of boxes full of shredded cardboard that I need to haul back to work for recycling. Yeah, we had the house down to like around 77 degrees the day before yesterday. And just off of how hot yesterday was, it went back up to like 85 in the house. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've always hated using a public laundromat. I always have. Like, we had one place where we had to go. It was like most places I've lived, we've had our own washing machine. We were fine. There was this one apartment I stayed in. It was rent controlled, so it was like $500 a month fixed. And that one you had to use the laundromat in the middle of the complex, and that just, it sucked. KO is not still in here, is he? Because I was going to ask if he thought there was a better angle to sharpen this at. Let's see if maybe that's where our edge issue is. So we're gonna bump this to 18 degrees and see if we can get more than an hour out of it. All right, Cali boy, see you in a bit. Yeah, we're going to bump this to 18 degrees and see if it doesn't hold up a bit longer. Because I am still gobsmacked that it lasted an hour. Thankfully, because this is such a small edge, it sharpens up a lot faster than the bigger ones we've done. I don't think KO is still in here, if we're being honest with ourselves. And we're looking into our souls for answers. Because we just may not have gotten the right edge on it. Although I will say, like, a burr is showing up damn near instantly. I'm wondering if we just didn't get a batch with a bad heat treatment on it. I don't know. Everything about this is weird. Everything. It's like, it feels like we're getting a burr coming up like instantly, which doesn't seem like that should be happening. Like, I liked the burr coming up as fast as it did the last time, but yeah, I don't think KO is still here. And I tell you what, as much as I like a drop point, boy, everybody went dead silent on me. Yikes. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything interesting to talk about. Normally I'm relying on you guys for some feedback. Like, where the hell's Spook? He should have done been here by now. Like, where the hell is he at? Okay, pizzas is a valid excuse. All right, we'll accept pizzas. Oh yeah, like as soon as I pick one up and click it open and close, the wife just like you can see the hackles start standing up. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a bit. Yeah, like our usual cast of regulars has been real slack today. I will say one thing that is killing me. One thing that is killing me is the transfer at work. I have no idea when it's actually going to happen. Like no clue. But yeah, it took an hour and it went dull. So like we stropped it and still giving us fits. So we're trying a different edge angle. We're trying 18 degrees instead of 16 to see if that makes a difference. Because we've already committed to this. Yeah, I said I got to get a PO box or something set up eventually. I said, and then that's going to be a can of worms too. Like that's just it's gonna be a can of worms. And I don't know why they had to make the 6 and the 8 identical on this. Like the 600 and 800, you cannot tell which one is which. I don't think it makes a huge hairy deal, but it's annoying. You know, given the fact that we are dealing with a country that is just kind of collapsing in on itself right now, worms or protein may actually end up being a thing. To be fair, I have no experience harvesting or cooking quail. That being said, we do sell quail eggs at work, and the only thing I could think of is like boil those bastards up and hide them at Easter for your kids just to fuck with their heads. Seems like you could have some fun with that. Is it a European swallow or an African swallow? Yeah, where the hell's EDC and Lace when you need her? It's like I pretty much guarantee EDC and Lace could tell us 100% whether this is a heat treatment issue. Well, trying to figure out heat treatment issue, edge angle issue, blade grind issue. Like, why did this thing go dull after an hour on a 16-degree edge? Like, something ain't adding up here. You know, I highly doubt anybody that's going to use one of these is ever going to run into that issue because, you know, again, we're doing something this thing was never intended to do by any stretch. But I am still highly confused. Yeah, it's D2. I wouldn't expect Jin to add false advertiser steel. Like, we've had other D2 from them that took 4 hours and showed very little edge wear of doing this. I don't think we could blame Jin for false advertising. But, like, I do genuinely wonder if the batch D2 these were made with just didn't get a good heat treatment. Like I said, their D2 on this one, 8 cardboard for 4 solid hours. And I was able to strop it back to kind of shaving in a few minutes after we were done. Well, I wouldn't expect, you know, with Jin kind of, you know, like they only recently added more than one model of their knife besides the G10 kits. I can't imagine that they're manufacturing these themselves. I'm pretty sure they got some OEM out there that's taking care of it and making it off of their designs. But again, I'm not a professional knife onomist, so I don't know how their operation's running. But I have to assume he's like, you know, up until recently, they had the only knife they had with steel in the blade was the Captain Knife kit with the one set of scales with the Evel Knievel theme on them, and that was it. And oh shit, fuck pants. Guys, my can of Monster just got tipped over. I am both psychologically scarred and angry now. Yeah, like I don't know how their operation does things. I don't know if they are, you know, doing their own manufacturing, but I'd have to assume they're bringing in an OEM. You know, you might not be wrong about the bottle opener. Like, and this is, again, the bottle opener is definitely aimed at the kind of audience that would carry this. You know. Unfortunately, it didn't spill on me. It spilled on a table full of stuff. And I do not desire having to go through and clean everything on this table up the hard way, and I do not want to get everything off of this table to begin with. I feel like I've gotten enough of it, hopefully. Let me get my hand cleaned off real quick. We'll finish stropping and get on with life. And I'm not sure how I'd go about finding out who Jin's OEM is without, you know, asking. Rye Bread, what's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You've come in a slow spot while we resharpen this thing and restrop it. I didn't lose a lot of my emotional support, Can of Monster, but enough of it to hurt my feelings. And of course, that took out the last fully functional paper towel that I had to my name down here. This has just been a weird stream. The last two streams have been weird. Luke, welcome back, welcome back. Also, welcome back. So the edge on this thing kind of gave up the ghost after an hour, and so we're changing the angle on it. We went from 16 degrees to 18 degrees to see if that doesn't cure what ails us. And like a ton of our regulars aren't here. I still want to know where the hell Fook went. So I have got diamond paste from Temu on these strops, and that's what I use. And then we go from like 24 micron to 14 to 10 to 5 to 2.5. So it's cheap, but it gets the job done. I know better options are out there, but you know, I had to see if this worked out or not, and it did. It do what I need it to. The Temu Diamond Paste is good. You know, I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure there's a I'm sure there are better options out there, but that works just fine for me. Okay, so we are back to sharp. Yeah, we're back to sharp, so we're good there. Yeah, like the Temu diamond paste and this strop were $11. So and the diamond paste, it was like 11 little tubes. And of course our other litmus for sharpness. I'd say we're sharp. All right, give me just a second here. At 8 o'clock, we'll start again, and we'll see how long we can keep this edge alive. But I am going to consume some more caffeine and give my hand a break. Now, that Temu diamond paste is also on Amazon. A little bit more expensive, but you don't have to have a Temu account. Because I think the diamond paste by itself is like 11 or 12 bucks. But you want to get something in the mid-20s, the mid-teens, 10, 2.5, 2.5. And then if I had one more strop, I'd go down to like 1 micron. That being said, I'm not outdoors 55, so I'm not out for hair whittling sharp and also saying hair whittling 75 times in one video. That is one thing, man. Like, I love watching Outdoors 55, but I cannot tell you how tired I am of hearing the words hair and whittling adjacent to each other. We resharpened this at a new edge angle, and we're going to go back in on it and see how it does. That's what we've been up to. However, I am giving my hand a rest for 2 more minutes here, and then we're going back in. Yeah, this has been confusing, and I'm not sure if their OEM just got a batch with a bad heat treatment on it or what, but you can see that edge is plenty mirrored out. And like, if your edge isn't too worn with just that diamond paste, you can get it back to really damn sharp again in about 5 minutes. I don't know if the microphone was sensitive enough for y'all to hear my neck pop just now. I mean, you can order the knife on Amazon. If you need something small and not threatening to carry, that's your boy right there. That's the boy. That's what this thing is good for. It's good for box opening, small cuts, and if you need something quiet to carry that's not threatening. I mean, closed, you got that. You can't argue with it. For heavy jobs, no, not so much. Okay. Let's see how 18 degrees do. So we're back to it cutting nice again. And we're going to call this, it's 8 o'clock, so we're going to go till 9. And yes, Wilderness Bushcraft, since I don't know if you're cool with using your real name, but that O knife is in the box for a live stream. We are going in on that thing. It is doing Cardboard Slayer. And then I'll sharpen it and be mildly bummed that I can't carry it anymore because I'll be on my next knife. Oh! Yeah, let's get the viewer count up a little bit more. Like if at the end of this live stream, if you're still here, you get to help pick out the next knife I carry. Maxilla, what's going on? You weren't first here. But what you been up to, Maxilla? How you doing, man? We've sharpened this thing twice now, and we just started on an 18-degree edge. We had it at 16. That wore out after an hour, so we're going to see if 18 degrees makes it happy. It should not have worn out after an hour at 18 degrees. Should not. Yeah, I mean, it's just sharpened, so it's cutting like it's just sharpened. We just need to see what happens after an hour. Like, that's our next goal. I got to put myself through this for another hour. I am doing great at the moment. We finally have air conditioning again. Finally. And while I was in the garage waiting on the guy to finish fixing the AC, I got into the shop. I made a couple of new lanyard beads, which turned out fantastic. And I experimented with a couple of ways to make them easier to make off a square blank. I need to get my epoxy resin out and see if the warmer weather will let me get these things to fully cure quicker. Sonic is life. I don't. I'm assuming you came in under a different name, or it has been a very long time. Bummer, man. Sorry. Like, I'd like to have more than 5 viewers in here to help pick out next week's knife. Like, that's the other goal. Like, I miss when we had like 17 to 22 concurrence pretty much the entire stream. I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, that would be why. Like, I've had so much happen just in the last 2 months, it ain't funny. Jesus Christ. I gotta tell you, it's gonna be a long time before I do Cardboard Slayer with a blade this short again. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I knew it was going to be difficult. I knew it was. But that being said, like, I promised these guys I was going to do this to it after I carried it. That's just like the Vaquero kit when that comes in. I'm going to be doing this to it after I carry it. which since the Vaquero looks like a normal sized knife, shouldn't be a difficult issue. Like, it shouldn't be that bad to do cardboard slayer with it. Would you cut, you son of a dick? Yeah, this thing's been a struggle all the way around, and it's again, I think the grind on this blade just isn't compatible with this kind of punishment. Hello, Jerry, you get to pick a figure out. Do you want the Ninja, the Grim Reaper, Frankenstein, the Robot, the Mummy, or the Alien? All right, Robot it is. Give me 1 second. Oh God, without the choil? Jesus. No. So yeah, I can give you a direct. Like, without that choil, there's not more than a 2-finger grip on this. Like, you might be able to get away with it, but Jesus, that would be so difficult. All right, it's robot time. We're lowering the property value here. I have not seen it. That being said, again, between having literally no money to do anything fun with and not having the time, yeah, it's not a surprise. I said I've been back and forth between closing and opening at work again. And I gotta tell you, the last week I've had has been absolutely brutal there. And I'm sure when I go back in Saturday, I'm going to find out everything I did wrong on Wednesday. Which I am looking... Yeah, like I wish Dr. Disrespect was still working here. I wish that magic was still doing what it did. But I'm looking forward to my transfer when that comes in. Lower volume store, probably more laid back management, should be better scheduling. And I'm looking forward to a new environment and new faces, and I am so grateful that I'm at a job where I have the ability to do that, to transfer every so often. And, you know, change my environment when I need to. It's like, the store I'm at is pretty much the most challenging store in the district to work. Like, it is basically doing that job on insane difficulty. Yeah, we're staying at 8. I wish we knew how and why that worked so well that one time. Like, we need it to do that again. some way, somehow. I can tell you what, at 18 degrees, I can definitely feel a lot more resistance. Taylor Swift versus Elon Musk. I tell you what, though, this is making me so eager and looking forward to doing the O-Knife Century L1 so much. All right, Rye Bread, hopefully you have a good night at work. Just make sure those people at work know what they did. Bro, thank you for gifting out the memberships. Like, I genuinely appreciate that so much. That is awesome. Yeah, I know, Bullfire's coming through for us, man. Sergio, you're in here, man? Hey, beautiful.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, just leave whatever you don't got to throw in the fridge down here.
I got you a surprise logo.
Ooh, nice. Guys, I've got king-size Kit Kat bars now.
2 of them.
More than one. I bumped the AC down to 75. I think it had been sitting at 80 for around an hour.
Still feels different in here.
Oh, I walked up.
Not good different.
I walked upstairs from this room and it felt so hot up there. I was like, nope, I'm coming back down.
Yeah. I got you some movie theater butter popcorn.
Nice, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I quit talking.
No, you're good. I will tell you guys right now, it is taking so much pressure to push through these cuts. Like, it is uncomfortable. I do feel like thinner blade stock would have been the way to go here. Like, I think that's part of it. Is this is really thick blade stock for something this short and stubby. All right, Wilderness, we will see you in a few. Does all that got to go upstairs for the fridge?
I almost forgotten about frozen. Oh, yeah, that's just very, that explains that.
Yeah, like this cardboard should be insanely easy to cut through a minimal pressure. Oh, nice.
I'll get more stuff later. These are a better buy for you than it is for me.
Let's see, do I have anything? Let me try one of these Kodiak boxes and see if those are any easier.
You don't have a plastic bag, do you?
I do not.
This one's busted. See you later.
I am debating whether or not to call it on this one. This edge is definitely not happy being pushed to this cardboard now. The pressure needed to push it through there. My knuckle is now red as hell, and this fingernail have both been hitting the table very hard. All right, Lou, I appreciate you being here. Did we do an Opinal? Hang on, Arthur. It's like we got 31 different knives we did the cardboard slayer aftermath with. Give me a second here. Yeah, apparently they got rid of the coma in a bottle part of the NyQuil. So yeah, we're gonna call it with this one. I'll do my aftermath video on that either tonight or tomorrow morning. But you are right about the Opinal. Is this? Oh God. This thing became incredibly hard to open. Yeah, I've got a couple of Opinals. I've got this one right here. We're gonna break out the work sharp. We're gonna put an edge on this thing, and we're gonna play with that for a while. I am not spending the time with the damn precision adjust on my older, more worn out Opinal. Like one of my Opinals is in very clean condition. This one has got corrosion and crap on it, and this one's a bit more worn in. So let's party. And see if maybe I can't do the weird swirl on the tip thing that happens with doing slack belt grinding. So Luke, I have used this sharpener a lot. I definitely know what it's capable of. That being said, I'm still dialing my touch in with it a little bit. I know my Opinals are kind of old, but I don't know when they were made or when they were bought. They belonged to my uncle before he passed away. Cali boy, welcome back. Yeah, so we kind of let the Jin Chubby go. That one, it just wanted to fight the whole time, and I'm still kind of shocked that the edge at 16 degrees only lasted an hour on it. I'm not sure what the deal is there, but I think it may be tied to the thickness of the blade stock. Why are you fighting me now? Damn, Full Fire, thanks for more membership gifts. I don't know if that does anything for me direct. Like, are you paying for each of those memberships you're gifting, like, one time? Like, I still don't fully understand what's happening there. Wow, dude. Like, all of us here appreciate that greatly, man. That is huge. So you're definitely pushing us closer and closer to getting our sharpness tester. That's for sure. Yeah, now I'm definitely going to have to make some members only content, or I may have to find one of the nicer knives that we've worked with here and do a giveaway on that. Just something. Damn, full fire, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. We're hitting the point where it's like, I don't feel like I deserve it now. Cali Boy, now, you may have to have something turned on to receive gifts. Like, the guys here know more than I do about it. I don't know. Like, I've seen tons and tons of them, memberships given away and gifted, but I've never actually received one on my end. I just got nicked by the edge of that blade because I missed the wet wipe didn't quite cover it. Yeah, like on mine, I've never had allow gifts show up on my screen. Yeah, I've got to look and see about the allow gifts thing. That being said, I don't really need them so much. Yeah, like I'm wondering where in the settings that actually is. And I believe this is going to be the sharpest feeling thing we've ever had on here. Where's a vase of floppy disk when you don't need them? Oh yeah, it's shaving. This is an Opinal number 8, I believe. The Opinal logo is just hilarious to me. It's like, look over there. That's a crown. Yeah, I'd say that's sharp. Kelly, what's going on? I know Jerry dragged you into this, but how you doing? How you doing? All right, full fire. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, she is sharp. All right, I'm gonna pick a figure out for myself. Lowering the property value. Yeah, we lost 3. Yeah, we lost 3 on that. Yeah, we were at 13, now we're down to 10. Okay, now let's enjoy some nice cutting until I just get too worn out to keep going. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we got back up to 11. Yeah, this is a nice change of pace. Like, I feel bad that the Chubbee was such an unpleasant experience doing this with it. Yeah, we keep the rent around here low, guys. We keep the rent pretty low around here. What kind of knife you making? A Microtech? I'm curious to see how it holds up. We're gonna call this 835, and we'll see. I know, like the moaning should have just loaded people up. I know, like, you know, we get too many high dollar uppity people in here, and it's gonna be like, well, how'd you like the Chris Reeves Sabenza? Excuse me, sir, do you know who you're talking to? Me with knives. You're trying, man. You're trying. I wish that still worked. I wish that still worked. That was fun. I'm just wondering how much longer I got to push before we finally hit 100 concurrents. I don't know. You think maybe if I would have played along with the brain rot kids? Hey kids, how about that skibbity toilet? That's cool, right? Which, don't get me wrong, I've watched a couple of the original skibbity toilet videos. They're actually pretty damn funny. I can see why they took off. But still, it's like, and I mean, that's the thing with Dr. Disrespect, too, on a more serious note. Like, I know he's got people that are still, like, just 100% supporting him and, you know, probably more than willing to throw money at him. And I was like, bro, is that something that you really want to be associated with there? You sure you want your name on that? Yeah, I haven't had anything against Mr. Beast specifically. That being said, the fucked up things he was saying about the Catch Me Outside girl when she was still 14, it's kind of messed up. And by kind of messed up, I mean a lot messed up. Yeah, Sabinza's like, that whole thing with those is like, they just hit me in the why bother zone. Like, all right, Luke, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much. Do you mean trans, Cali boy? I mean, come on, dude. We ain't doing that shit. But no, Ava Tyson did get booted, but you know, that whole thing was super messed up. However, this is a totally different thing, and I don't know how long the audio has been out there. No, I'm sure it's a nice enough knife. I'm sure it is. It's just spending that much money on something with that long of a waiting list for something that I would be scared to death to carry. No. But yeah, no, that's not the first time I've heard about the rig challenges and stuff like that, and I don't know about the veracity of it. There hasn't been like concrete proof brought in, at least nothing substantial enough for me to say yes 100%. And that's not even where my problem is necessarily. It's just, like I said, I can't really go into it, and I don't remember the like specifics. But it's just how he was talking about a 14-year-old with his friends. It's just like, oh, dude, I know it was a long time ago, and I know people change, and I know the humor was supposed to be edgy, but it's like, it's not a good look, man. Yeah, Mr. Beast. Like I said, I remember. Nah, Cali boy, you're good. You're good. Like I said, it's just kind of a heads up. And it's not like I'm trying to be the PC police, but there are standards I'm trying to maintain here. And kind of some of that is reinforced by my own, you know, moral compass. So it's just like I like to give people a heads up when they're getting out of pocket. Just that way, like if you do need to course correct, great. And if you don't want to course correct, well, we got a band hammer. I mean, you know, there are hype knives I pick up and it's like, okay, I get the hype now. You know, I see why everybody likes it so much. And that's always a cool experience for me. You know, just because I'm always late to the party on those things, you know, kind of finding out why the hype is there is something I enjoy quite a bit. You know, but there are some things like, and that's just price tag, 100% price tag. I don't know if I'll ever be at the point where I spend, you know, $700, $800, $1,000 on a knife. And it's like, you know, one of the Facebook groups I'm in, it's like super high-end shit. I mean, super high. Like, it's high-end to the point where I don't post anything. I'm just like, no, I'm here to look. But, you know, I've seen guys, you know, put knives up for sale for like $4,000. One of them was put up for sale for like $8,000. And it's just like, bro, I can't even. Like, I can't process having that kind of money to spend and not buying something significantly more substantial than a knife, you know? You know, but part of this channel's mission statement is basically find cool shit for under $50. And kind of go through and do like thorough review and testing on stuff nobody else is looking at. You know, like I'm happy for Jin to see them starting to pop up in more influential hands like Bees Blades and stuff like that. You know, Brian Edmondson, he should be like, he should hold more influence than he does, just like the connections he has and the stuff he messes with and everything else. Like, he should be a bit more influential, but like his videos still don't pull that many views in one go. When I've seen him on live streams, like the viewer count's also really low. You know, that's like a lot of channels. Once they hit their stride, like they blow right past mine for subscriber count in like no time flat. But again, a lot of those channels are doing constant giveaways, and I thought that last giveaway I did would pull in more subs, but like I only saw a small handful of subs come in on that. Like a small handful, like 6 or 7, something like that. It's just like, dude, how did that not work for me? But given the number of knives that companies send in to him to check out and advertise, I don't think he's ever running out of stuff to give away. Chris229, what is going on? What is going on? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't think Metal Complex is ever going to run out of stuff to give away. Not at the rate he's going. You know, I'd be kind of curious. I tell you what, someone sends me one of those to give away, sure. And that's going to be after I'm done with it. Like, could you imagine if we got a Sabenza and did this with it? Could you imagine? Someone's just like, here, have a Sabenza. Cardboard Slayer! Yeah, quick, someone send me a Sabenza. I need one of you to send me a Sabenza, and I need one of you to send me a Mayhem. 'Cause I know one of y'all just got one for Father's Day or some shit. You can spare it. You know, that's the kind of shit that, or you pay for the S35 yen and then like a week later they switch to Magna Cut for the same price. Like, that's my kind of luck. No, Sabenza written on it in Sharpie. And I got to tell you, this right here is such a welcome break. Let me get a new box set up to catch shredded cardboard. So I got to start getting rid of these boxes. This is ridiculous. Given my 24/7 level of exhaustion, it's just really hard. Really hard to make the time just to get up and drag these out to the truck so I can throw them in the baler at work. It's like, hey, Chris Reeve, you want to see somebody chop your knife up or chop cardboard up with your knife for 6 hours? We got a guy. Okay, we are set for a while on cardboard. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a note. Whichever Reeve you are, you want to see your knife go through cardboard slayer and hurt everyone's feelings? Tim, it's cool if I call you Timmy, right? Look, we got this guy. We got this guy who does things. Now, if he was gonna send anybody a knife to abuse, it would have to be Scab. Like, Joe X would be way too much in one go, and I don't think Joe X has a good way to test like a small folder like that. You know, he'd just be at the red car. Just didn't he? He did that with an Opinal, actually. He did do that with an Opinal. That just scared the shit out of me. All right, Cali boy, get that TV fixed. You make us sit there and think about what it did. Yeah, someone reach out to Tools for Gents for me too. Just send whatever random stuff you got laying around. I tell you what, though. You remember the days when you could not open the back of a TV yourself without, like, seriously risking dying immediately? Like, we had one TV. It was a large screen TV. But the back of the TV picked up a crack in it from somewhere, and I don't know how. And I don't know how it still worked. I've had one of those, but this TV was just like a cathode tube TV, a CRT. And there was like a crack in it somehow, somewhere. So it would run for a couple hours just fine, and then you hear like a few really loud pops, and it would shut off for like an hour, and then you just turn it back on after that. Or no, I don't even think it turned off. You just had like a bunch of loud pops, and then it was fine again. Just like I was running the PS2 on the PS1 on that for ages, and then I think we got a PS2 somewhere. Yeah, because like that was back in my stoner days. That was back in my all-day, everyday stoner days. So like memories are real fuzzy. Like I do remember that TV having problems. It's just like I think we were running the PS1 on that, and someone had brought a PS2 over, and we ran on that for a little while. Because it was a lot of Rage Racer, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, and then we had the Nintendo 64 for Cruisin' World. God almighty, this is so much of a welcome break. Like, I feel like it's a shame that Chubbee fought so hard. So, on 9/11, I was working on an air, like a naval and air reserve base, and at the shop we had that same setup going. Working TV on top of non-working TV, and they both had different problems, and we had to sit there and kind of listen to what was happening without really. That's what it was. We had a TV with no picture sitting on top of a totally broken TV. Because we had to sit there and listen to the audio of what was happening. And I didn't see what was happening until I got home after work that day at like 5:30 or 6 at night. It's not like necessarily the Opinal is super nice, but you got very thin blade stock on a flat grind, and you saw how much I just sharpened this thing, I think. But this is just such a welcome break. Like, this one's not fighting me on every cut. And I think our biggest problem was just that that Chubbee, the blade stock's too thick for what that thing is. I think thinner blade stock would have been the way to go, because like we put it at 16 degrees and the edge wore out in an hour. We put it at 18 degrees and it was fighting me so hard to make every cut. Like, it still cut, but it took so much pressure to push through those through the cardboard. And this is the easy to cut stuff too. Like, at some point you might want to take a look at picking up an Opinal just to have one. Like, I had that giant Opinal, it's like that long folded up. I had that on my wish list for a long time, and then it kind of vanished. But that was also like $120 I didn't have. But I tell you right now, on 9/11, a military installation wasn't necessarily where you wanted to be. It's like we stopped to use the bathroom at one of the buildings, and the guy that my crew lead there, one of the most mentally challenged people I've ever worked with. Like he had a legitimate mental issue. Like his brain was kind of stuck at like 5 years old, basically, in a lot of respects. It's kind of hard to describe it without really, making it sound really bad. But he definitely had some disabilities there. And so he comes out and he's like, someone hit the World Trade Center. And I kind of thought it was like that last one. He said someone hit it with a plane, where the small Cessna-sized plane flew into the side of whatever that building was years and years ago. So we thought it was that. And I was on the roads and grounds crew, so we had a part of the base that we worked from the back gate to one of the main roads going through the area. You go outside the back gate, you mow everything, you weed eat everything, all that stuff. And I turn around and I see the military police guys come through, lights flashing, slam the gate, lock it on us. We can't get back in back there. So we drive around to the front gate. We still got no clue what the hell's happening. And we pull in. They're like going through the weed eaters for bombs and stuff. And I'm still like, what the hell's going on here? And we had no idea what was really happening until we got to the shop and we're listening to it on the TV. And then our boss's boss, which that guy was a whole problem himself, he walks in, sees us sitting there, and just loses it. He goes off on us about sitting there in the shop while we're on the clock. It's like, you know what's happening, right? We can't leave the shop and go anywhere. And so he starts threatening to fire all of us if we don't get up and go back out and go back to work. So we get up, we get in our trucks, we start to leave the shop. And as soon as we get out of our gate and onto the road leading to the rest of the base, military police stop us, they yell at us, they tell us to go back to our shop right now. So we turn around and go back, and we're sitting there. This dude comes back in and loses his shit that we're back in there sitting there. He starts yelling at us again. And like, yeah, so military police told us we can't be out there, so I don't know what you want from us. And he just keeps going ballistic, like fucking red in the face, vein popping out, like sweat. So we're like, all right, buddy. And we got in the trucks and tried to leave again. The military police are like, what are you doing? Like, we just told you can't come out. I'm like, yeah, but our boss's boss said we can't sit in the shop and we have to be out working, so here we are. They're like, go back to the shop, dude. You can't be out here. We turn around and go back. This dude shows back up about 20 minutes later, freaks the fuck out, and tells us we have to go back out again. It's like, we can't, dude. Do you not understand the nature of this situation? The military police will not let us go out there to start working, you dumbass. So he forced us back out there again, and we went out, and they're like, yeah, the next time we see you, you're getting locked up in the brig here. Don't leave your shop. So we went back to the shop, and he came back out and started yelling at us. It's like, nah, you go talk to the military police. You find out why we can't leave the shop. And so we sat there for the rest of the day listening to what was happening. And they kept us on the base in our shop, I don't know, about another 3-4 hours past when we were supposed to go home. And they had gone to a totally different gate than the front or the back, and set up a whole bunch of concrete dividers, and you had to kind of like pull in and snake your way through very slowly with everybody else on the base who was trying to leave at the same time. Like, it took forever to get out of there. And yeah, I got home and turned on the TV and then saw what was happening. And yeah, I got to process that. And then all we did on that base for like the next few weeks, besides, you know, cutting grass, is we were going along every fence line that had trees on it and cutting everything back to make room for four-wheelers to do security patrols there. And like taking out landscaping to make room for sandbag bunkers and stuff like that. Like the whole thing was confusing. And then, you know, we got everything settled back in and went back to work as usual. But Lord, like that was an entire ass damn event. So that concludes that bit of story time. Oh no, that's just as soon as the planes hit the World Trade Center, we got locked out of the base and had to go through the front gate, and they kind of kept us just locked in the shop for a long ass damn time. Yeah, that was on 9/11. I was on an Air/Navy reserve base, Air Force Navy reserve base. Yeah, that whole day was pretty fucking wild. You know, and that's not making light of the situation, you know, as it happened. It's just, that was not where you wanted to be when that happened. Yeah, it's weird how much that just, well, I guess it's not weird, but that fucked the entire world up in one go. That didn't just fuck us up, that fucked the entire world up in one go. And you kind of notice, like, things have gone, you know, at least in our larger countries, our, you know, global leader first world countries, like, things have kind of gone back to where they were before. You know, we don't have those kinds of attacks happening anymore. We don't really have that kind of threat of attack happening like we did, but, you know, the freedoms that got stripped when that happened have stayed stripped. And now I'm on a watch list. All right, Jerry, I appreciate you being here, man. Good to see you. Well, and that's one of the things too, like, you know, I remember when, you know, everyone kind of started realizing that the government is using the internet to, you know, keep tabs on everybody and stuff like that. And it's like, you got to take a look at this more realistically. Like the amount. All right, Kelly, thank you for being here. Appreciate it so much. Yeah, Jerry heard watch list and bounced. I don't need them looking at me. Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, it was like, you know, you got to think realistically. The data stream that they have, because like it's not like they weren't keeping an eye on people before this. It's just suddenly the data stream they had coming in, the sheer quantity of information they had coming in shot up exponentially. So like you'd have to fuck up pretty bad to hit their radar at this point. Like you'd really have to fuck up pretty bad to hit their radar good and proper. You know, that's what I was trying to explain is like guys were starting to freak out. You know, it's kind of like the Y2K panic. It was like, dude, do you have any idea how like large you have to fuck up to hit their radar with that much information coming in at any one time? I feel like we did something with the Opinal at one point because this was in the box of crap I've done stuff with. I can't remember what. You might be right. Now, that being said, I am starting to feel some edge wear, but we got a hair over 20 minutes before we stop. Check that out and give my hand a chance to rest. I wonder if that kid ever found out for a fact that they weren't told they could be a mod. Yeah, Punisher, you got to get your first band hammer in too. Like, let's say we got in, like, Fook earned his stripes before any of us did. And then I got the band hammer in, We need you to get your first swing in somewhere, somehow. You're next in line to achieve greatness. Yeah, we were. We were talking about the fact that I was working as a civilian on a military installation when that happened. That was an experience. And we need to break out some of the heavier duty cardboard and just see how it pushes through that in just a second here. I am assuming you told them no quite emphatically, if I had to guess. That's at the point where you're like, bro, I'd rather lick rancid tuna salad out of my own ass than go back. Yeah, I can't even imagine thinking about how badly I would have handled like a commitment to, you know, joining the military and actually following through with that, especially at that point in my life. Yeah, and that's kind of one of those things like, you know, I ended up wanting to, like, because my uncle, he was in the army and he was in East Germany. I believe that was our side of it. In the 1980s. you know, and that was his whole thing. Like, is, you know, he was in the army and we never saw him, and then when we finally did see him when he came back, you know, one of my favorite people on the planet. But because my stepfather found out military style PT didn't leave bruises, severe PTSD tied to military style PT. So it's like, you know what? I am not putting myself through boot camp. I've already done that, but on insanity mode. No, thank you. Yeah, West Germany. That's right. That's right. Total brain fart. I will tell you though, when he started telling me stories when I got older, the kind of crazy shit he got into while he was there, it's like I kind of wish I could have been a part of that. But no, I get asked. It's been a while, but I used to get asked all the time, like, "Are you military?" And it's like, nope. Yeah, like no one ever said why they were asking. I don't really know. But that may have been that I am capable of making a very fucked up joke about just about anything at any time. You know, it's calmed down a lot. You know, I've kind of calmed down quite a bit as I've gotten into better and better headspace mentally. Like, it's calmed down a lot. That's like not my knee-jerk reaction. I actually have some kind of a filter I can stop myself when I need to 90 some odd percent of the time. You know, it seems like the army hats probably would give it away. Yeah, I will say one thing, and I don't know if this is common to a lot of people, but where I went to high school, we had some guys that were absolute fucking dorks. And don't get me wrong, I was one of those guys, was an absolute fucking dork. Zero fit in abilities, zero complete social ineptitude. We'll put it that way. But we had some of these weapons grade dorks that thought because they were in ROTC they were hot shit and somehow everybody was going to automatically start granting respect and think they were cool. And it's like, sir, when even I think you're doing yourself a disservice, you have profoundly fucked up. And I don't think any of the guys that I have, you know, I haven't actively sought online, but they pop up in the people you may know on Facebook deal. Not a damn one of them made it into the military. I had one of my friends, another world class dork. he actually did get into the military, and he got into some pretty wild shit with some pretty wild people after he got out. I've seen his profile, and I'm like, I don't like those people. And apparently he has been unable to manage his life since then. Like when he does pop up, he looks okay for a while, a bit socially inept, and then like his romantic life will go down the toilet, and you can see him just completely fall apart on a scale that, you know, you don't normally see nowadays. There's like that complete inability to move on and just be like, all right, well, that's over. You know, I stayed at a friend of mine's house during my couch surfing days and trying to find places where I could hide from consequences and responsibility. But his mom was a stripper, so like she'd basically be at home doing nothing on Section 8 housing until like they were in too dire straits for groceries, and then she'd go run a couple of shifts at one of the lowest rent strip clubs possible in Atlanta off of Fulton Industrial. And then she'd go buy food, and then she'd like at one point she rode home with a complete stranger, and God knows what she did. But she'd come back and have like a bunch of groceries and just lock them up in her bedroom so the kids couldn't get them, like nothing. And that bedroom had a deadbolt door on it. Like you were not getting in there, short of like kicking the whole door down. But after I got kind of a look at, you know, what life was like when they were not working the stage, not the cheetah. Joseph Bryant, what's up, man? But yeah, like I kind of got a look behind the curtain. And so like the next time, well, I was with my uncle and he wanted to go to a strip club, and I was like, all right, cool, I guess. And we walked in there and I just had flashbacks of how fucked up her life was, and you know, the other people I knew in the industry, how fucked up their lives were, and it's just like it made me depressed, and I was like, I don't mind leaving this place. You know, one of my friends wasn't 18 yet, so they just tried to pass it off because he looked like he was 24, and he just said he didn't have his ID on him. He didn't say he was underage. So we had to leave, but I walked in there, I took a look around, had flashbacks of that, and I was like, yeah, this just made me sad. Welding Carry, welcome back, man, welcome back. So we gave up on the Chubbee. That thing is definitely not designed to do what we did to it. And we're just killing time with the Opinal now. We put a brand new edge on it and made sure it was like crazy sharp. Well, yeah, and it's kind of one of those things where like, it's not my environment. It's not me. You know, I didn't hang out in bars to begin with. It was like, I damn well knew. Yeah, we changed knives. You know, the Chubbee, it was, we moved it from 16 degrees to 18 degrees, and then it was like basically trying to push a butter knife through a brick to get these cuts made. Like it was cutting, but it took so much work, and it just, but Yeah, so it's just, that thing wasn't designed for it. Yeah, well, I mean, there was one girl I knew, like the day she turned 18, like she started working at a club. And so, you know how it is, like I'm not going to be like them, especially with the drugs and everything else. And it didn't take long for her to just vanish. Yeah, the only time I had paracord shoelaces is when I was doing landscaping, and the boots I had, the laces just refused to stay intact. I was like, okay, the paracord doesn't break. We're using that. And guys, I am suddenly hit by the overwhelming need to use the bathroom. Y'all are going to have to bear with me while I do that. However, I will bring the chat with me like always. Okay, the chat is coming with me, but I am going to the bathroom. So y'all are going to see the knife sit here on the table for about 5 minutes. leave me. Don't leave me. I'm coming back. Holy fuck. Jesus. Well, I never don't hear the log song. Where the hell is my log action figure? If views went up to 10, somewhere around here. Somewhere around here, give me a second, I've got a log action figure. I'm not sure exactly where it is. Well, the one that I have loose, it may have ended up in the workshop somewhere. I don't know where the hell it went now. I hadn't thought about that thing in ages. Well, I guess that's neither for here's nor for theirs. Oh my god, it is starting to feel so good in here now. There's fucking air conditioning. Oh my god. It's amazing because like 75 degrees used to be incredibly uncomfortable in the house, and now it's like so much fucking welcomeness. Oh no, it's around here somewhere. But how much of an edge have we held on to after an hour of this? That's the question. Whoo! Gotten one good cut out of this thing so far. Yeah, we definitely did some damage to the edge. I'm not sure what steel this is exactly, but we've definitely shown her what for. Ugh. All right, give me a second here. We'll fire back up with the cutting. Well, at one point, I had a tape. It was all Ren and Stimpy themed music back when, you know, like a TV show would be popular and you'd have like an album come from it that was never good, but it was there. That was one of them. I can't remember what the hell it was called now. I'm gonna be a monkey, monkey, monkey. Yeah, like, I wish these things had more markings on them to tell you when they were made, what they were made out of, and all that. That would be really helpful. All I know is it's old. That's all I know. Speaking of which, while we are here, we're going to pick between a couple of good ones. So for the next week at carry, we're picking between the Kaiser Nice Guy and the Sincut Slashkin. Which one do we want to do? We got the Slashkin and we got the Nice Guy. Now the Slashkin will go in the random box for live streams at the end of the week, and at the end of the week with the Kaiser, we are doing a dedicated cardboard slayer with this thing to push the Nitro V. So let's decide which one we're carrying. All right, we got one for the Nice Guy. Looks like we're going for the Nice Guy this time. I guess next live stream we'll pick between the Beluga and the Slashkin, which I'm pretty sure the Beluga is going to win. All right, Nice Guy it is, which I'm looking forward to carrying that one, actually. I've been looking forward to carrying it for a while. Yeah, so we'll get our first impression of this thing probably tomorrow and get all that prepped. Yeah, Beluga, we'll decide next week on that. I've been wanting to carry the Nice Guy since I got it. Like, this was my replacement for the Amicus. I think it was about the same price at Blade Show. $40 or $45. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I paid for it, but it wasn't bad. And like the Amicus, he said it was Nitro V, and then I saw this is also Nitro V, so I was like, all right, we're getting it. But let's resume the cutting and shooting the shit, because I am still capable of going for a while. What I do know, however, is I got to be up at 1 a.m. On Saturday, so I can go to work at 3 a.m. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, Me With Knives. It's a reference I'm clearly not getting. If it's a South Park reference, my experience with that show is very limited, far more limited than it should be, but I did not have cable when it was a thing. All right, Puns. I didn't have cable when that was a thing, and I didn't have like, by the time it showed up on Hulu, it was kind of already, it was played out so bad, it was like, all right. I do need to watch the tail end of the Brown Note episode. That's one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. We're raising funds for drugs. Bro, have I ever seen Samurai Jack? Are you shitting me right now? Oh, that Mr. Nice Guy. Okay, gotcha. Fucking love Half-Baked. But yeah, I saw that the last season happened. That was what, a Hulu deal? Because, like, unfortunately, when shit started getting tight around here, I had to drop the Hulu account, which really hurts my feelings to this day because I really, really wanted to catch season 3 of One Punch Man when that dropped. But I'm going to have to wait till we're doing better. which, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I've still got other stuff that I can watch right now. I've still got Netflix, I think, pretty sure, and I've still got Amazon Prime, so I can totally get, like, I'm waiting on more episodes of Invincible to drop before I get back into that. I did write out the first season. I got all that watched. At some point when I need to binge something, I thought the season 3 had already hit. Like, what the hell's happening there? You know, I started watching The Boys and got a few episodes in, and then just my attention span gave out. So when I need to binge something, I can watch that. What else? I don't know. I'm kind of sad to see that the Grand Tour didn't come back after COVID ended. I didn't have a problem with the animation on season 2. I don't think I really noticed much of a difference. But yeah, like, I do miss the Grand Tour. I really wish they would have done some more episodes of that. I get it. Those 3 guys are getting older and older as no hot spots off of this thing. That wasn't going to happen anyways. But, like, I get it. Those guys are getting older and older and older, and you know, they had to stop doing it at some point, but still, I thought they had at least one more good season in them. It was like Top Gear. That was so much fucking fun to watch. Like, I didn't even go in on British Top Gear after they replaced their hosts. I really didn't. I already knew, like, the magic was going to be gone. I think I watched like one episode and I was like, "Yep, this is dead to me now." American Top Gear. I think they did not. I think they needed different hosts than the ones they got. Because, like, they had 3 completely different people, totally different than you know, dramatically different people than, you know, Clarkson and May and Hammond. But they were still trying to treat them like Clarkson, May, and Hammond, you know. You know, they were trying to recreate that formula with, you know, people that weren't the right people for that formula. It's like they had a lot put together that would have worked. It's just they kind of needed to let those guys be themselves and get the show's feet under it, you know, go through those growing pains, and they didn't. I'll tell you what would have made American Top Gear a lot better, though, if they would have brought in Dave Freiberger. That would have been fantastic. Like, everyone in the chat's like, "Yeah, you lost me about 10 minutes ago there, guy." Well, Binkin Smith, I'm glad I'm helping you. As a recovering addict myself, it's good to hear that. It's actually amazing how much the feet actually get mentioned. Like, that's one of the last things I expected. It's just like, bro. And the problem is I've painted myself into a corner now. You know, if I change this bench to something a little larger and more comfortable, or do anything, well, I did shave a bunch of the hair off earlier. I don't know if that helps you any. But like, if I change the bench and you can't see like that anymore, like if you can't see that anymore, like people are going to complain. It's like I've kind of backed myself into a corner with that. Right? No, I mean, if you want to feel like you're really, really being stepped on, just put a lot of extra baby formula in your cocaine. And I think that might be one of those jokes you just have to be an addict to really get. Yeah, like I assume if I can grow this channel to the point where I'd like to grow it to, sooner or later there's just going to be YouTube videos of just feet compilations and fucking crazy ass YouTube poops because I say so much weird shit. And I think we're kind of hitting a point where it's a good place to wrap everything up. Like I said, I've got to put myself on a whole new sleep schedule just to open the store up on a Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. And I am starting to get quite tired now. So we are going to strop the hell out of this thing while we wind it down. Give Punisher a chance to make it back and say goodbye formally. Yeah, I'm not going to go search myself on WikiFeet. Like, that is one of the last things I really want to get myself into. However, I'm sure someone here will tell me if I start showing up there. You know, it's amazing no matter how many times I do these live streams, there comes a point, and it's usually 4 hours. We made it to 5 tonight, but all of a sudden I start getting tired, and it's just a straight downhill fall from there. Like, there's no, I'm getting tired, and it takes a while to hit, you know, the point where I got to drop it. It is like over the course of a few minutes. Jesus Christ, that is hitting me hard now. Yeah, so we're going to finish stropping this. I'm going to see how sharp we actually got it back up again. And then we're going to wrap it up. Now, did we get her sharp again? Yeah, that's one nice thing with the steel on this, is it responds incredibly well to a strop. Especially that diamond paste on it. Good God. I know someone's here ready for a treat especial. So we're kind of shaving again, but we're not really happy about it. So that's about what we get out of stropping a dull blade. I mean, it's still plenty sharp, but it's not shaving sharp. All right, gentlemen, I think this is where we call it. Those of y'all that are still watching, I greatly appreciate your time. Thank you so much for being here. I am going to go upstairs. I am going to collapse and enjoy the fact that we have air conditioning again. And I will see you guys on the next one. I will have that announced at some point soon-ish here once I get my work schedule figured out. But yeah, everybody have a great night. Signing out. Full Fire, thank you so much for everything, man. I appreciate it so much. Good night.